with a number of our speakers have only just arrived in Nottingham and they're finding their way to the venue now. So we'll just be 5 minutes late or something starting.
Yeah, okay. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
So people would have time to go. And these are season agreements.
Green Hustle, it's called. Right.
Sounds fish.
Yes.
Doesn't have to.
Yeah. Okay. Thanks. I'm gonna wherever you want to sit, really.
Up in the middle.
They're quite
The microphones are quite yeah, they're quite sensitive, but it's good to speak quite directly. It's something rather than
Do you introduce James? Do you introduce myself? Do you introduce myself?
yeah.
I mentioned the book, and I don't.
Oh yeah. I'll mention it. Yeah. All right. Okay.
then I have to forward that from the
Yeah, it's fine.
yeah. Fine, yeah. Actually, no. Acá. Llegamos. Bien. Largo viaje.
Andreas está, ya hablamos.
Sorry.
Andreas está.
¿Dónde está Andreas? No, no.
Había un problema con la canción.
Tardó el primer tren.
For the sound. This doesn't. Is this? Hello. Okay, we are about to start. Just for those people who weren't here when I said before, I think we probably will have some people arriving later than this as well. So if you're on the end of the row, there's space to move in a bit. Please do so, because otherwise it'll be much more disruptive once we start. So our speakers are here. So are members of staff. We're all ready. Okay.
Just while you're waiting, if anyone needs Wi-Fi here today, you can get your phone, and the network is called Public Guest. The password for it is Public Guest, all one word, but just the capital P, everything else in lowercase. So that's P. Either ask me, or we might announce it again at some point. All right.
While we're doing housekeeping, the toilets are just outside this room on the right hand side, and if there should be a fire alarm during the conference, then the Nottingham Contemporary staff who are with us, meaning Paul here, will lead the evacuation. And it's not complicated, but they will do so. So great. Okay, I think we should make a start. Yeah. Okay, so my name's James Irons. I'm the head of activism and movement building at Global Justice Now. I'm really pleased to be in Nottingham today, where we have a fantastic local group, Global Justice Nottingham. And for those that have come from elsewhere, welcome to Nottingham. What I wanted to do first is just to celebrate something, actually, which is some of you may know, some of you will definitely know, that early this year, in February, we actually won a campaign. We got a Conservative government, no less, to pull out of the Energy Charter Treaty. So the Energy Charter Treaty, for anyone who doesn't know, the Energy Charter Treaty is absolutely typical of the kinds of agreements that really structure the global economy in the interests of multinational corporations. It was increasingly being used. It's a multilateral treaty, so lots of countries signed up to it, and it was increasingly being used in the last few years by energy companies to frustrate the energy transition and attempts to deal with climate change, mainly through this system of kind of shadow courts, what we've been calling corporate courts, where they could sue governments for taking any action, really, any policy decisions that they didn't like the coal phase out in the Netherlands, for instance, which several companies were suing the Netherlands over. So we weren't the first country to pull out. Already some big European economies had done so. But it was really gratifying to actually get that result in the UK. Like I say, even under a Conservative government. And I just want to thank you all, because I know many of you will have been involved in campaigning on the ground. And we know, because civil servants has told us, that the campaign that we ran was instrumental in getting that result. So thank you, everybody. Let's congratulate ourselves. And actually, there's been some other good news this week, because now the EU as an institution is also pulling out of the ECT. So that it really is on its last legs now. And so basically, as we're going to be discussing lots of things today that can seem quite overwhelming, intractable problems of the global economy. I want you to bear in mind this victory as we do that, because it is possible to win change and to change things structurally and internationally. Okay, just to move on then to our opening session, which is really well, it's inspired by this book, The Imperial Mode of Living, of which we have one of the co-authors, Ulrich Brand, here to speak about. And it's really an attempt to understand the ways in which most of us in the global north have been locked into a way of life which depends on ecological destruction and exploitation elsewhere, but also to understand how that's producing today's politics. So, is there a connection between the environmental crisis and the rise of the far right? Those kinds of questions, I think, are really important for discussing, how we change things, how we move things forward. So we'll have Ulrich Brand is going to speak, and then we'll also have Luciana Giotto. I'll introduce them properly now. Ulrich has come all the way from Vienna on the train, so he still managed to get here before people from London. So he is a professor of international politics at the University of Vienna. Like I say, he's the co-author of this book, The Imperial Mode of Living, along with numerous other books that have not yet made it into English. But amongst his activist commitments, he's a member of the Scientific Advisory Committee of Attack Germany, which is Global Justice Now's sister organization in Germany. So I'm really pleased to welcome Ulrich. Do you want to?
Good morning or good early afternoon. I'm very happy to be here. Many thanks to James Guy from Global Justice Now, and what a fantastic job description, Head of Activism and Movement Building. I'm a bit jealous. And many thanks to all the other comrades who organized this conference, and many thanks for your interest in these topics, and that gives us, hopefully this day, energy to move forward with critical thinking, interventions, political activism. I'm for the first time in Nottingham, in the city of Wood. I'm very also happy to be here. And it's an honor to present some ideas of the book, or the concept Imperial Mode of Living, but also some ideas of the book, which hopefully also will make it in English. It just came out in German. Capitalism and its limits, which is more diagnostic of our times, diagnosis of our times, and I hope that you will have a chance next year to read it. So this is the book. The new book is more about the political conjuncture, and what I will go to present is now in the first part the concept Imperial Mode of Living, and then how will we end the Imperial Mode of Living, a question the organizers put into the program. But in this day, a reflection on climate chaos, which is produced by fossil capitalism, should start with a reference to the dramatic floods in Porto Alegre in Brazil, where almost 500 communities and its beautiful capital, Porto Alegre, were flooded. Porto Alegre, which is a symbol for the global justice movement, because many of the World Social Forum took place in Porto Alegre, and the motto, "Another world is possible," comes from there. It's a localized and temporal collapse. And Rio Grande do Sul supports 13% to the GDP, the agricultural GDP of Brazil, and 70% of the rice in Brazil is produced in Rio Grande do Sul. So we get an idea of the collapse of the massivity of the collapse we are experiencing, and hopefully this summer we won't have again the monsoon floods in Pakistan where we experience, or people there, 30 million people there experienced collapses the last 2 summers. But talking about the Imperial Mode of Living, I will start also with another note. Some of you might have noticed that the International Energy Agency published 3 days ago a note. And I quote from this note: SUVs, special utility vehicles, my personal enemy, you will know, accounted for 48% of global car sales in 2023, reaching a new record and further strengthening the defining automobile trend of the early 21st century, the shift towards even ever larger and heavier cars. There are various driving forces behind this trend, from the appeal of SUVs as a status symbol and their potential enhancements in comfort to the marketing strategies of leading automakers. In advanced economies, SUV sales reached economies too. Today, more than 1 in 4 cars on the road worldwide are SUVs, the majority of which are conventional internal combustion engine vehicles, while only 5%, against all the promise we get, I will talk about green capitalism, while only 5% of SUVs currently on the road are electric. So this is the Imperial Mode of Living. Yeah, this is part of the Imperial Mode of Living. It goes deeper, it's a bit broader, but this, I would say, it's a sense where you get an SUV weighs 200 to 300 kilogram more than an average medium-sized cars. And it needs more space. I don't know, in Nottingham, I live in Vienna, and I experience, I'm a bicycle driver, and I experience that these mini tanks need more space. So what we want to do, and with Markus and myself with the Imperial Mode of Living, we published the book in German, and it was translated for now into 10 languages. It's currently also translated into Chinese, which is very, I think, important. It's also translated, of course, in Spanish, Portuguese, French, etc. And what we want to understand is that in the everyday practices, working practices, labor practices, consumer practices, mainly in the global north, without a bad intention, but as a practice, we refer to commodities, to products as cell phones, meat, SUVs, transport when we fly, etc., and which are produced under precarious or catastrophic ecological and social conditions elsewhere. So this is it's not an imperialistic mode of living. It's not the politics. Politics is behind. I come back to this. The imperial is that it goes beyond, and the beyond is not only north-south. It's very strongly north-south, and Luciana will talk about it. But it's also within our countries. Yeah, London, and then London, people in London in their everyday lives refer to meat factories in the UK, in elsewhere, in Romania, etc., etc. So the imperial is that in principle, when we live, and again, not by bad intention, when we live here, we are in a structure that refers necessarily, constantly to products that are produced under precarious and catastrophic ecological and social conditions. Which does not mean, this is important, to deny the class structure of our society. Yeah, this was it's not a critique of consumption. It's not that we are everybody is equal. No, of course not. The rich have much larger ecological footprint, as we know. I come back to this, but the main idea is to understand it as a structure. A structure means that it's attractive, but it's also we are forced to do it. If you live in the countryside, I know in England, I can imagine, but if you live in the countryside in Austria, despite all the good public transport in Vienna, but in the countryside, in many times you don't have public transport, so you need a car. Then it's your decision whether you want an SUV or let's say a normal car or even an electric car, but this is the point. So to be misunderstood, capitalism has to do with strategies. for accumulation, for profit, for exploitation. Capitalism has to do with politics, free trade politics, despite all the exceptions James was referring to here with the British or the EU governments. But the state is usually supporting supporting capitalist accumulation in the growth machine. There are discourses, powerful discourses of growth. I just talked to Andreas Wieler, if you want to say something as a politician about economic politics, you just say, we need growth. Yeah, without qualifying it. What does it mean to produce arms or to produce industrialized food or SUVs or other things? And this is our point, and I think this is the contribution and why the book was also so well received in also the countries of the Global South. It has to do with the everyday practices, with the everyday subjectivities of us. We all are accepted, of course, yeah, but exempted. But let's say in our societies there is a strong desire to have more, to have a good life, which means to have more commodities. And within the commodities, as already Marx said, the social and ecological conditions disappear. We don't see in the cell phone, in the meat, in the hamburger, we don't see what were the productions or other conditions of production and distribution. So it has to do with capitalism, with the drive of capitalism, of capital for growth, for accumulation. It has to do with these forms of subjectivation, what Antonio Gramsci, the Marxist Italian scholar 100 years ago, called domination by consent. Now, domination is not always that the powerful, the ruling classes dominate and impose their interests, but there is a lot of consent within society, yeah, that at least things are not so bad or they are without alternative. This was the main idea of Gramsci. The imperial mode of living bases on hierarchization. It needs the class society. It needs the exploited in the work factories in China, but also in the factories in the UK. It needs a middle class that aspires to have status consumption, but also to defend itself against the lower classes. Yeah? One reason of the emergence of the far right, the fear of the middle class to step down. We can talk about it in Argentina as well. And the imperial mode of living is what we call externalization. It's the constant reference to the flow of cheap materials, cheap energy to the global north, from the global south to the global north, or within our societies. So this was 10 minutes about the imperial mode of living, and in the Q&A, of course, I'm happy to discuss it and also to deepen. What does this mean for our conference topic, from plunder to solidarity? And I have 3 remarks, also opening up our debate, which we will have the whole day in this fantastic program. I will refer briefly to what we call in the new book 3 scenarios, 3 projects, yeah, to deal with the multiple crisis or the triple crisis, or mainly with the climate crisis and the ecological crisis. Because we argue this is important to think emancipatory projects. What is our initiatives? What is done, let's say, by the other side? What is done by other actors? And there we propose 3 different scenarios. The second thought is, I outline briefly the final chapter of this book, what we call a solidary mode of living. What are some aspects, some dimensions to counter, to overcome the imperial mode of living? And then at the very end, I will just briefly for our day, for our discussion, throw out some ideas, what could and what is solidarity meaning? What is a meaningful understanding, a radical, emancipatory understanding of solidarity? So the first idea. We have in the new book, and we have upcoming elections, so I will try to link it a bit to your reality here. The first scenario, the first project is what we call an authoritarian stabilization of the imperial mode of living. So it's Trump, it's Bolsonaro, maybe it's the Tories. Yeah, let's talk about it. Which means to deny climate change, to deny the problems, to protect us, yeah, against climate refugees, to protect us, to protect our imperial mode of production and living. It's always a production, a mode of production and living. Of course, in other words, but it's to defend at any cost, denying the trouble in the world and to say, okay, we need to we need to defend our well-being here, but the well-being is fossil fuel-based and is not at all solidary. The second project, James was mentioning the EU Commission, is called in our book an ecological modernization of capitalism. So this is that part of the elites, not the Trumps, but the Bidens, or maybe Labour, the Labour Party here. Yeah, it's up to our discussion. I'm not familiar with your intense discussions here. They understood the problem. They understood that we are in trouble, that we have really climate problems. They can interpret proper labor and the floods in Pakistan and the floods and droughts also here in the UK or in Austria last summer we had in Corinthia strong floods. And the project of green capitalism, they call it green economy, they call it green capitalism, is decarbonization, is to change the energy basis of our economy. Without changing the risk, without changing the growth logics, they call it green growth, without changing unequal north-south relations, they call it energy partnerships or hydrogen partnerships, without questioning the class-based society, exploitation in our societies, and exploitation of the global system. We call it in a recent book, you can download it, it's with Pluto Press published, a green colonialism, published by Breno Bringel and others, and to look to have in mind. So, but to be clear, I see potential in green. We need a decarbonization. Yeah, it's not the same to have Trump and to say or Musk, yeah, who became rich with electric cars, but he wants to fly to the moon or to the Mars. And what is more energy intensive? Yeah, to do this stupid things. But Musk is not on my side. But I would even say that, let's say, part of the Green, of the Labour Party, the Green Party, they want an ecological modernization of capitalism, of the Imperial Mode of Living. But we should push them politically to go beyond these assumptions that with green growth, with decoupling of growth from resource use, from CO2 emissions, etc., we can solve it. Of course, there is a lot of interference between the projects, but I hope that it helps you, at least it helps me, to distinguish a bit dominant scenarios. And the third scenario I want to talk about now, a bit more in detail, is what we call solidary mode of living. Yeah. Some call it eco-socialism, a good living for all, or whatever. So to have a more fluid scenario, and of course, a much weaker one, but perhaps here in civil society, in, of course, global justice now, in social movements, but perhaps also within the Labour Party, within the Greens, you have some fractions who are open to this. Yeah, in Austria, I live in Vienna, in Austria, but I'm from Germany and I'm close to Rosa Luxemburg Foundation, the leftist party. And we have a lot of debates how to strengthen these, let's say, more radical currents within this, the left parties, or even within the trade unions. The labor movement, yeah, you have in the labor movement also a strong current. Maybe some deny climate change and all this. They just want to defend the jobs. You have also an attention towards a more ecological modernization of the industry, but also you might have some more radical comments. So this was my first thought. When we talk about alternatives, how to overcome the Imperial Mode of Living, it might help us to think these three scenarios and projects. So what is now in our book and our thoughts the solidary mode of living about? A good living for all, if you. Of course, hopefully this became already clear, we need a profound questioning of the economic and social system. So we need to criticize also the scientific debates. Some of you might be familiar with the climate change, the climate science, Earth system science, which is the dominant current, yeah, the planetary boundaries debate. They don't look at social structures. They don't lack power. They are very, very important describing the tipping points. They're describing the planetary boundaries, the passing of it, but they are weak in looking at structures. But I think, hopefully it became clear, we need to change the economic and social system, power relations, class relations, and others. So this would mean to put the use value and not the exchange value, not the production for profit, but the production for use, but a sustainable, long-lasting use into the center, and to promote a principle of care, what we can learn from feminism, from ecofeminism, that we need to replace the strong concentration at profits by a concentration of care. But what does it mean more concretely? So our proposal with many others, and also here in the UK and here in the room, you have this debate constantly. We need a different understanding and a different practical making of our well-being, of our systems of well-being, of our systems of production, which need to be more just than now, and which need to take into account that we have these planetary boundaries, that we are really in trouble. And I would say the good news is that we already know a lot how this transformation, this social ecological transformation can happen. We know that the transport system must be a transport system based on public transport. And don't talk about only SUVs. The car dependency is a problem. And we have to acknowledge this. And then a lot of debates start. What is with the workers? What is with the automotive industry, etc., etc. But we have to think that we need to replace, in Germany, we have 50 million cars. And hopefully in a car-liberated Germany or UK, we have 5 million electric cars for the major use, taxis, etc., etc. But it cannot be that we have car as a normal mean of mobility, as a mean of status. This is why I started with the SUVs. We know how a food system can look like, and James will talk about it in the afternoon, that we need seasonal, regional, ecological production of food, and that the industrialized food system, the diet based on meat, is not sustainable. And then also many debates start. What does it mean for a subjectivity? What does it mean for a well-being? In Austria, I always say there is the supposed human right to have a daily cheap schnitzel. Yeah, the schnitzel is the Austrian identity. Yeah, to change it. Yeah, and then to have vegan schnitzel at least or whatever. So we come back to the subjectivity, but we are also in the mid of profits of a global food industry that is so powerful and that is land grabbing, etc., etc. We need, this is of course coming from Austria and from Vienna and to the UK, which is a point. We need strong public sector. Yeah. So privatization needs to come to an end. We need, of course, private enterprises, but the whole rush that privatization means to get capital with its profit motives into provisioning systems as public transport or health or education is not any longer possible for this idea of a society for good living for all. And probably the most powerful, the most difficult struggle is to counter capital's power. The power we cannot imagine, I think, what happens in the heads of the asset owners, of the managers of the fossil fuel industry when they think how much we would call it oil, gas, and coal is under the earth. They just call it asset. They just call it money. They just call it to get it out of the earth to make profit. So how to stop this divestment, etc., etc. Then we need also, I would say, the state. But the state is up to now still at the side of capital. So to finish the second thought of a different of an emancipatory, of a just model and doing of well-being, of provisioning systems, and much more provisioned by the public sector, we need to change the logic. I already mentioned it. The logic beyond capitalist growth, or to be more precise, beyond the capitalist growth imperative. There is a debate, I don't know, in the UK on degrowth. Yeah. But if I talk to trade union activists, and I did a lot of research and I'm close to trade unions, if they listen degrowth, the ears are closing physically. Because for many, degrowth means ecological austerity. It means that now the rich tell us, the poor, the workers, you have to degrowth. And this does not make sense because the rich keep on going. Yeah. So what we need is a systemic perspective, and this means to counter what Lucas Chancel, a collaborator from Thomas Piketty, you might know from Capital in the 21st Century, these very important studies on inequality. And Lucas Chancel published his famous article 2.5 years ago, when he shows that between 1990, the beginning of the climate change debate, and 2019, in the 30 years when we talked about climate change, the emissions, the global emissions which came from the top 1% are 23%. And the emissions from the lower 50% of the world population are 16%. So I think, and we will discuss it, to have the ecological inequality in mind, and not to say now the worker, they have to start the ecological transformation. No, but the rich have to start. But then we also have to change the structures. We have to change the logics of the capitalist growth imperative. I hope that you get this one. So we have a problem of inequality, and my interpretation in Germany and Austria is the strong far right, the anti-ecological far right, the AfD in Germany, the FPÖ in Austria, is so strong because the eco-modernists don't question power relations and don't question inequality, and they leave the burden of the projected ecological transition at the back of the workers and at the back of the weaker people. And this brings them to the far right. Not, of course, with many other reasons, but this is a major point that they say, I don't want to listen anymore what the Greens are telling us, or the Social Democrats, these ecological transformations, because the rich keep going, buying SUVs or having their private jets, and we have to adjust. But how? After 30 years of neoliberalism, for many who even have not having the means for reproduction. No, I want to finish. I have a third point. I'm sorry. Semantic differences. My third point. Those who didn't applaud noticed that there was a third point. So what is global solidarity about? And this is a major challenge. We have in the new book a chapter which is called Eco-Imperial Tensions, where we try to understand the global tensions, China, US, but also from an ecological perspective. So just some ideas for our debate. Global solidarity means a profound social ecological transformation of the Imperial Mode of Living. If we change here our mode of production and living, if we decarbonize, dematerialize, if we have this beyond the capitalist growth imperative, this relieves the pressure on many countries in the global south. There's also capitalist societies. Yeah, there are also class structures, but I think this is key to change our system of production and consumption, which means, as I already said, a phase out of certain industries, the automotive industry, the industrial agricultural system, etc., etc. So we need a form of well-being. Yeah, I'm not in favor of austerity. I'm not in favor now humanity is kind of dying and we have to do whatever to survive. No, I would argue for a system of well-being, a just well-being, but we need to reduce the carbon footprint. Second is, and also Luciana might comment on it. I work on Latin America a lot. I was in end of February in Mexico City at a conference presenting the Spanish version of the book. Mexico City, with 23 million inhabitants, is an ecological disaster. Yeah, you are there for 4 days, so you have blood. Yeah, in your when you I don't know how to sneeze or yeah, you understand. So it's the day I arrived, the city government announced a health emergency. Please don't leave your house because a Saturday, yeah, not a weekday, and Saturday there is less transport, less cars. Please don't leave your house because you cannot bear. So what is also important to question the Imperial Mode of Living in the global south. Of course, it's another space, but there's also a lot of cars, a lot of private transport, a lot of industrial agriculture in countries like Mexico or Argentina or elsewhere. And not to say from the north. I tell you. This would be stupid. But where are the forces? Yeah? There is this eco-social and intercultural pact or deal in Latin America, yeah, a very important initiative to rethink the economic system in Latin America and in the global south, yeah, to counter and to overcome the imperial mode of living. So I think this is a second aspect, a solidarity with struggles that take place in those countries. And we need a different or a new economic world order. Yeah, some of you might remember or have read it that the 1st of May this year, it was the anniversary of 50 years of the declaration of the new international economic order in the General Assembly of the United Nations. Yeah, with all the power, with all the dynamics of the decolonization process, the 1st of May 74, a declaration was adopted that we need a new international economic order, yeah, which means weakening transnational companies. A few years ago, it was already over, yeah, with the neoliberal term, but it was a moment, a historical moment with all the dynamics of decolonization to rethink the world economy. And I think we need this today again. And there's a lot of happening. We had a workshop yesterday in London on global trade and alternatives and so on. And so I finished with one idea. I'm curious how it works. So David Harvey, some of you might know, had this nice question. Marx always said, Lenin also, what is to be done? And David Harvey, this Marxist geographer, said, and how the fuck is doing it? So, and we had an idea, the final idea of our book, and we coined a term, what we call transformative cells. And the idea is that to broaden the perspective of the left, of progressive forces and their theory of change. The theory of change is usually we need social movements, we need NGOs, critical NGOs, we need critical public discourses, publications, and we need the state somehow to give our demands durability, to create laws, to distribute money, etc. And of course, some say we need an economic sector which is public, which is not dependent from the capitalist imperative, etc. And we argue, beside this is all important, that maybe we look more into the existing organizations like trade unions, like universities, like schools, but also like big associations, not global justice. Now you're a radical organization, but they are huge organizations that are not homogeneous. They're heterogeneous. And within the organizations, like trade unions, like the academic system, like schools, struggles take place. And we have people who want to change something. So what I learned with ATTAC is that we have fantastic comrades in ATTAC, but during the day they do their job and they are frustrated as school teachers. Oh, I can't do anything. At night, in the evening, I'm the militant. I am the activist. But we should rethink, yeah, our own practices and to organize ourselves within our institutions to make a difference, which is kind of plausible, which is obvious, but I think usually it's left out from our theory of change, which usually thinks NGO, civil society, critical public, social movements, state, etc. But now it's up to us to change the academic system. Much more difficult in the UK than in Austria, and also in Austria it's quite conservative. And this is the idea of the transformative cells. We put it out and hopefully you can read the book in a year. Thank you for your attention now.
Thanks so much. Thanks so much, Uli. And yeah, that really sets us up for the day, I think. But before we go into some discussion around that, and you'll be able to ask questions and so on, let's hear from Luciana. Luciana Giotto who's adjunct professor of international political economy at the National University of San Martin in Buenos Aires. She's also a researcher on trade and investment issues at the Transnational Institute. And she's an activist with ATTAC Argentina, again, Global Justice Now's sister organization. And kind of alongside that, I've got lots of things on the list here. A coordinator of the America Latina Mejor Sin TLC, which is Latin America Better Without Free Trade Agreements. That's kind of continental coalition thing. So, Luciana.
Yeah, okay. Good morning. We'll start this. It's a pleasure to be here with our partners from Global Justice Now. I had to travel a long distance from Buenos Aires to get here, but it's always nice. I'm also happy to be in Nottingham, in Robin Hood's land, but not because of the version of the fairy tale. It's because I always use the example of Nottingham Forest to explain how the passage from feudalism to capitalism was, and how the common grounds and the common goods in the forest, the river, how the people, the peasants, use the common lands, and how that was after that put into the market when capitalism started. We usually use this example. That's why it's amazing to be here. So it's part of our history, and here we are now. So I wanted to pick up some of the things that Uli said, trying to bring the Southern perspective, which is like huge. We have some pals here too, some friends that come from the global South, which is actually for me it's kind of a ridiculous concept right now. Global South maybe made sense like 25 years ago. It's not so useful now, right? Who's in the South? What is South? What is North? Is China South? Is China North? What does it have to do with colonies? It has to do with industrial levels. It makes no sense. But well, let's try to bring that perspective on. But I wanted to bring this idea of what the just energy transition would be, because Uli was putting a lot of emphasis, which I completely agree on what happens with cars, for example, and transportation. And infrastructure is something that is being debated a lot globally. It has to do with that infrastructure and those highways, those routes, those ports, airports, for what, right? This starts popping up. We just see infrastructure going on. Latin America, for example, is seen by the Inter-American Bank. So this is a very conservative and liberal organization. I'm talking about the BID, Banco Interamericano de Desarrollo. It's a bank that says that Latin America lacks infrastructure. So in order to be in the global change, we need infrastructure, more infrastructure. So there we are with like huge investments for more ports and more highways and train lines to get to make people live better. No, this is just for commodities getting out of the region, right? So I was thinking that when we think about energy transition and we think about this debate that is really ongoing in Europe, I know, we usually think about something that is rather positive. We say, we need the energy transition. We need this to change. Okay, yeah, I agree, we need this to change. But how is it changing? What's the main road that this change is taking right now? And what we say is that this is corporate-led energy transition. This is what we're seeing right now. It's a corporate-led energy transition process. This means that energy transition is conceived mainly as changing one matrix of energy production to another one. But this doesn't imply that we discuss why, who benefits for whom, and what are the costs, and who pays for the costs of the energy transition. Those are questions that nobody is actually asking, because what I don't mean the people here, but the system is not really putting the questions out there on how this is doing. This is being done with productivism. This is not being challenged. It's more and more. So development and growth and productivism. These three words are not being, as Uli was saying, they are not being challenged. So the way that we are going to experience energy transition has to do with an economic process. So if we think about how capitalism started, it started with coal. Well, it started actually here, okay, again. But it started with coal production, with the massive use of coal, and then massive use of oil 100 years later. And these were big jumps in capitalism. And this allowed for transport, maritime transport, and it allowed for the globalization of the world with transport going up and down, and it made all the rhythms be accelerated. Everything goes faster because we have oil and we have gas that moves these huge vessels along throughout all the oceans, carrying all our commodities, imports and exports. So energy is super important. What can't we think that energy transition, if it's not people-led, if it's not a process that we can lead, then we can think of this process as being a third industrial revolution that will lead capitalism to more growth and more development of profit-based companies that are profiting from this, but not us. So this is something that we should think about also. This technology that energy transition will require is corporate-led. We are not guiding the process. We are not putting the questions out there. So what we are seeing right now is a process that we agree that needs to be happening. But again, corporations are the ones that are leading and are going to push for it in a big competition between corporations in Europe, corporations in China, corporations in the United States. And this is what we're seeing right now. So I want to bring two facts to this and how this is happening also. And one fact is that energy transition in the North pushes for more colonial relations with the South. And this is something that we have to acknowledge. Where are all the critical materials, these raw materials that are needed for the SUVs, but electrical this time? I mean, right? More cars, but electrical. So more private transportation, but electrical. Okay, who's building these batteries? Where are these batteries coming from? Well, luckily, they're coming from the South. No, not so luckily. Because what's happening, this process is actually deepening extractivist relations in the South. So Latin America, for example, this is colonial relations, it's 500 years, but in the past 30 years, it has become only an extractivist source for the world. So from Mexico, well, Mexico is the only one that not so much because of the near economic relation with the US. But from Guatemala downwards, we found that Latin American countries are exporters mainly of oil, gas, minerals, soy, food in general, like fruits or shrimps or salmon or soy or cereals or meat, like Argentina. So this is what we export. And the key part here is the minerals. So it has always been gold and silver, but not only gold and silver. When Glencore, the Ecor or the Canadian mining companies go to Colombia, for example, they are looking for gold, but not only gold, they're looking for uranium as well. I mean, they don't only get gold when they dig the mountains. So what we're seeing is that even though some of these minerals like nickel, like lithium, are considered to be minerals for the green transition, they're ambivalent because they're considered to be important for the green transition, but they have the logics of mega mining inside of them. So it's a logic of how do you say like I'm lost for the word. Well, it's like deprivation. It sounded horrible. Sorry. Okay. I will use it. So it's the logic of deprivation of mega mining in these regions for these minerals that will be needed for energy transition for the greening of the uses in Europe, in the US, in China, right? So, but the logic is a logic of profit. It's a logic of profit no matter what. If you look at the lithium extraction process, for example, in the Salares of Atacama, what is called the lithium triangle, we don't use that because that is how the US government considers, so we use the Salares de Atacama, which is a region of this salty area where the lithium is extracted. If you go there, there are already examples of rivers being dried because of the water used for the extraction of lithium. And the investments there are only going higher and higher, up and up, more and more investment. Chinese companies, Australian companies, US companies are there. And of course, Argentinian companies, not that we are, oh no, we don't want the lithium extraction. There are many Argentinian companies that are also making a lot of profit. So again, the question is, why are we extracting this, and what are the effects? It is calculated that 1/3 of the mining sites for these kind of critical raw materials for energy transition are based in lands where there are indigenous people and farmers' lands all over the southern hemisphere. I'll say it again, 1/3 of the sites where you can mine for these minerals are in indigenous territories. So the effects of this are huge. Why? First, because you have to move the communities, or you have to struggle with the communities in order to stay in that site for the mining. Then on the second hand, the indigenous people in some parts of Latin America have been the safeguards of biodiversity in those areas, like in the Amazon also. So this is, you put these people out, you use their lands, you mine there, you mine without looking for any or taking into account any human rights or biodiversity effects. And then you get the mining site. When it's over, you just leave. As a corporation, you leave, and you leave all the effects of this in the territory. That is what we want to make public, visibilize. I mean, this is what energy transition also brings about. Then also, of course, this weakens the possibility of industrial development in the south. I mean, these countries, so we're left with all the effects in the lands, but also we are not allowed to industrialize that. So the effect is double. First, the first effect I talked about is already awful. But then if you want to say, well, okay, I will mine a bit. Let's say I will mine a bit. I want to decide what to mine, where to mine, and I want to decide what to do with what I have mined, like Indonesia has done, and Ragmir Tanti, my partner there, will speak about this in the afternoon, probably. The case of Indonesia saying, well, I want to decide on this. What happens? Well, then comes the second fact on this, which is the legal international architecture of these trade agreements and investment agreements that prevent countries from deciding on their own raw materials. So you're a resource-rich country, but you cannot decide what to do with that, because there comes the European Union along with the free trade agreements, partnerships, because we're partners, because it's really nice to be partners. And so what happens is that you have all these clauses, all these laws inside these agreements that say you cannot have a monopoly, you cannot put a price for export, you cannot say how much you will export. This is free markets, guys. This is what the agreements say. This is free market. So free market, but I want to be free also to have access to your lithium, your nickel, your cobalt, your manganese, your phosphate. So this is what's going on. It's a logic of extraction. That's why Uli and many other intellectuals have been talking about this as green colonialism. We usually talk about it also as green imperialism. It's a new way of imperialism all over again, where countries are just left there to actually provide these minerals, and that's all that you will do. You won't decide anything on that, because we, the big ones, are trying to compete with China and the US and try to see who will lead this energy transition, or whose corporations will lead this energy transition. And so we're seeing that these moments, I'm about to finish. This moment, what we're seeing is, in this energy transition process, we are seeing that it is, again, the states and their corporations. And this is very interesting, because Uli was saying that too. What happens with the states in this case? We get this idea of the states are back. Have you heard that? No, it's like, no, geopolitics are back, so everybody's struggling, the US and Biden. And yeah, well, in a way, it is like that. We have these big high subsidies and high tariffs again. So this struggle between China and the US that started with Trump but goes on with Biden. I mean, this seems to have come here to stay. But it's interesting, because states are paying in these countries, in your countries, and let's see what happens in the UK and something where you can push. States are paying corporations huge amounts of taxpayers for them to enter into energy transition and to go to the south and mine, have access to this mining, and fight China in this struggle against them leading the process. But this is taxpayers' money, and this is billions of dollars that are going from the US government to the corporations that are, so this is what we are seeing right now. Also in the European Union, this is happening. So this is the states coming back to scene. States to save profits, states to save corporations, states pushing profits ahead, but not states questioning productivity, questioning growth logic, questioning the use of these minerals, trying to lead to a better green transition for all, that, as the European Union says, that leaves no one behind. But to leave no one behind also relates to the sustainable growth development goals that says leave no one behind, but where states relate among themselves in globalization in a more equal way, not just in the north, but with all the countries. So this means stopping the logic of extractivism in the south in the way that Uli was saying, in an eco-solidar way, in ways where we can find ways to try to save this planet instead of trying to push profits ahead. Thank you.
Okay. Thanks so much, Luciana. So we've got, lots to think about there from both our speakers, and we've got just under half an hour for some discussion, questions, whatever you like, really. Guys, got a microphone, so let me know if you want to say something. Yes, please.
Oh, yeah. Okay, do you want to choose who then, James? Yeah. This one? There you
go. Hi, can you hear me, everyone? Yeah, after the last ice age, this planet was pristine. You could swim anywhere, you could breathe the air, and you didn't get asthma. My question, and I don't necessarily think anybody knows the answer, is given the commitment, not necessarily by our species, but perhaps by a benevolent species coming here, how much would it cost to clean our planet to make it in a similar state?
I'll take.
Okay.
Yeah. So I'll.
I didn't get the last part. Can you tell us the last part? Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. So I'm just. Yeah. Do you want people just to indicate? Yeah. Yeah. Guy, if you want to get.
Thank you very much.
Anyway.
Is this on? Yeah. Okay, I'll speak more loudly. Thank you. So I just want to refer to the point made about the theory of change, which I thought was really interesting. I mean, in this country, for example, we have quite a large cooperative movement. It is embedded within a capitalist system, but it has its certain features. It even has its own party affiliated to the Labour Party. And it's very involved in food, for example. And my question is, do you see any potential for this type of institution to be a mechanism, possibilities for using it within the context or working in that context for the theory of change, which you outlined? Thank you.
Okay. Sam, there's in the middle at the back there, there's a woman.
Okay.
Going to take.
Come down here if that's right.
Oh. No, I meant. Oh,
Oh,
anyway. Okay. Let's keep going. Yeah, great.
Hi, thank you both for the session. I have a question. I'm glad that you mentioned the SDG, Sustainable Development Goals, but my question is, can we use the same system that has destroyed and the need for the SDGs to address the SDGs?
So I'll take one more before I come back, but also, feel free to, also not just ask a question, but also say, what you think of what you've heard and so on. So, Sam, how about down here at the front? Had your hand up earlier.
Hi, I want to say thank you both for what I think is probably the most important discussion that we need to be having at this time, because as Greta said, change is coming whether we like it or not. there is going to be change, there is going to be a move to different energy, and it looks really likely that it's going to be a move which is going to involve imperialism, colonialism, and appropriation at incredible levels from the global south, with money flowing in a far higher proportion south-north than flows north-south in the extraction of land, labor, natural resources, energy. I think everything you've both said were really, really important. I think there's one issue, one area which I don't think was considered, and I wonder whether we can look at it, and that's the nature of the fact, and it leads into this question of degrowth and the difficulty in which to use those words. And when you spoke, Ulrich, of people close their ears, how we need to open ears. It's not that the word is wrong. It's not that the concept is wrong. It's that it's difficult because we're used to this idea that things are going to get ever and ever better, but we don't look at when things get better for us personally, who does it get worse for? And therefore, we're not addressing issues of white supremacy, which is really what capitalism was based upon and what it's going to continue doing. So that change, whether we like it or not, is going to be involving less energy. The energy transition cannot produce the same amount of energy. And we're blind to that notion. We think we can move to renewables and reproduce everything. So we can't reproduce everything, then things are going to get smaller. Now, who are they going to get smaller for? And that, I think, is like, we could be at the beginning of such an important discussion at a very, very vital time, and which needs to proceed quicker, which does need to address degrowth in a way which becomes not only palatable, but is understanding that involves redistribution and the transfer of wealth from those who have taken it. And it exists in the 1% and it exists in the 10%, and that needs to be shared. And then it becomes a visionary thing for that transformative change. It becomes radical and it becomes emancipatory. And I think it'd be great for global justice to be involved in this.
Thanks very much. Maybe let's take one more. Down at the bottom here, Sam. Yeah. Make it easy. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you for your talks. What I was able to hear, I had to move to be able to hear properly. I'm interested in what you think we can do as trade unionists. And just picking up on the last question, do people think things really are getting better? There's more stuff around. Nearly all of you, I've noticed, are fiddling with your silly phones. People have all this IT gear. You know, kids who didn't have their own computer suffered more than others during lockdown. I mean, these are random examples. I'm sorry about, the stuff that people have. And they assume that things are getting better. Well, I don't think so. I was born in our NHS and I hope I'm going to be able to die in it, if you know what I mean. But that has been eroded. The trend towards away from inequality. I mean, there was I wouldn't call it leveling up, but there was less inequality post-war into about the 1960s, 70s. And that has this is just in this country. I mean, I know that stuff about the global south, that water is being stolen as well as minerals, that Drax power station is importing their wood to burn trees in Yorkshire where I live. I mean, I don't think things are particularly getting better. GDP is the wrong measure. Let me leave it at that. But I am also interested in this trade union question because we should be on the right side.
Okay. Okay. Shall I? I'll get you to just come back on one or two things maybe. And okay. Sure. Okay. Okay. Well, the guy in the stripy top there's had his hand up for quite a while. So.
Okay, is that me? Yeah. Is this thing on?
Yeah.
Yeah. Good.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay. Well, welcome to Nottingham, home of Robin Hood. but now home of the Sheriff of Nottingham. Because currently in Nottingham, public services are being hacked back because central government have denied the rights to do it, have imposed some commissioners who are slashing public services. The only person to stand up against it has been the Sheriff of Nottingham. So she is now our, savior and our model. Okay, I think the way to describe the situation that we're facing up front is best described by Mark Fisher as capitalist realism. So we can't afford to have welfare. We can't afford to deal with poor people because we can't afford it because we're operating on capitalist terms. The welfare point, I think, is really well made. And I'm in the co-op movement too. And there's a guy called, I don't know if you know, William Thompson, who's right at the front of the socialist, cooperative and feminist movements. So he determined that well-being was more important than happiness. So under the utilitarian scheme, if you replace well-being with happiness, then maybe you get a more just solution. I think we need to build the skills for cooperation because people have forgotten how to do it. So my grandfather went to fight in Spain and he was involved in the cooperative movement and the socialist movement, but people understood what that was. Anyway, we've got a problem rebuilding things called cooperative values and principles and making them purposeful and useful in the contemporary time because people have forgotten. So I think it's a plug, and I keep doing it, for the idea of cooperation.
Great, thanks. There was a woman I can see there in the grey jumper. Sorry for the personal descriptions, but you had your hand up for quite a while, so.
Hi, it's Blue Jumper. I'm a newbie, I don't know anything, but when you're talking about solidarity and you were mentioning trade unions, absolutely. Don't forget also that you might get some solidarity in the religious groups. Don't forget the churches that are getting into eco considerations and caring for the poor. And it's religious groups that might perhaps be able to sell the idea that you don't always need more stuff.
Great. And Sam, just next to you there as well. Thanks. Oh, yeah, sure. Yeah, I'll come to you next.
Thanks a lot for the great presentations. Climate change is perhaps the biggest challenge we have at the moment, but we're also in a very particular dark political conjuncture with the genocide unfolding in Gaza in front of our eyes. Is that something, would you see that as completely separate, or is that also linked to the imperial mode of living? And if so, how? And what does that then mean for fighting for a just transition against that background?
Great, thanks very much. Yes, okay. Yeah, you want to?
Hi, it's just a couple of quick points. One of the many destructive things over the neoliberal era has been, I think, outsourcing of people's jobs to where the labour's cheapest. So I wonder if an encouragement for each country to be as self-sufficient as possible and then to fairly trade their surpluses is part of the solution to the difficulties that we're facing. And the second point I was going to raise was about international finance. And I noticed that in the Sahel region of Africa, particularly, a lot of countries seem to be walking away from the Western alliances and moving towards Russia and China. And I'm wondering if that's because they're fed up of, excuse the invective, but of being shafted by the IMF and the World Bank, and if different financial structures to help countries instead of exploiting them mercilessly is also part of what needs to happen moving forward.
Okay, thanks. Sam, just there's a one just there. Thanks.
Thank you. I don't always feel we should be looking backwards. I think we really, really got to look forwards. But what really concerns me, and I was talking to somebody from the Green Party just before this meeting started, is that people on the street are not in the least concerned. And I don't know how
to fire them up. And I know you're doing hard work here, but somehow or other, we've got to inspire ordinary people to discuss it in the pubs, in the schools, on the streets, in their meetings, to actually care about this, because you're not going to get any of this really happening unless you're getting a mighty shove from local communities.
Thanks. So yeah, I'm going to take. I'm not sure who had first had the hand up, but yes, over here, and then Sam, do you want to just pass to the middle of the row for the next person? Yeah, and then I'll. Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you very much. Great presentations. Picking up on the point about the Gaza crisis, we're hearing a lot about the crumbling, the weakening, the undermining of international humanitarian law, the UN, international norms. Is this a good thing or a bad thing?
Yeah, thank you both. It was really useful getting an international perspective, as I think we get quite hemmed in UK politics. Picking up of what Conrad said on the right, I was curious what the panelists thought about the role of democratic confederalism in the role of actually having a bottom-up approach to addressing these issues. My belief is top-down Westminster politics is incapable of escaping fossil capital. However, if you're able to work within communities, such as what has happened in Jackson, Rojava, and actually starting to happen in Hull, creating people's assemblies and building community wealth and cohesion in a point where you're able to challenge the political system with community candidates. I was curious if this is something in your work you'd encountered. And also, I think everyone in this room should look into it and do it, because I think it's a solution-based approach to start.
Just to give people a bit of context for that. Okay, yeah, Guy, yeah.
Thank you very much for the presentations. Fascinating as always, and very stimulating. I'd like to ask a little bit more about democracy and individual freedom and liberty of choice. I was the green person that was referenced just now, talking about my disillusionment when canvassing and door knocking and so forth, about how people are disengaged. They're just interested in their own little lives, getting a bit more stuff, having a nice holiday someplace, that kind of thing. We live in the West, I mean, in the North, in this country and in many others, in a sort of pseudo-democratic system, of course. That's one of the problems. But how we don't have time, you know, we're on a road to ecological hell, and we don't have time. Really, we need to be turning around PDQ, as they say. How can we actually activate people so that they understand that there is a different way of living for them in a democratic majority? That means that until we can have a revolution, you know, the state has to be run according to the democratic principle, and we don't get anywhere near majorities. Most people in this room are signed up, but you know, the majority out there aren't. What do we do about that?
Right. Yeah, thanks.
Yes, thank you. I have 2 points to make. One discussion that has been going on that I think is very interesting is about, you know, how do we get beyond this room? And because we need a lot of people to be able to have some kind of make a big difference in the world of the kinds that you were speaking. And I think it's very interconnected with the rise of the ultra right, and everybody is saying that, but in a way that it's about like kind of people are caught in phantoms. So when things are getting really bad and don't know where it comes from, and having to admit the things that we're saying here, the kinds of changes that we would need for real justice, and how people would have to adapt their own personal lives as well, and their own preconceived notions. That's scary because that challenges your worldview in some kind of way. So people build phantoms, and where it's like, I believe it looks like this is because, you know, lizards are actually behind everything, or what kind of conspiracy theories you might, you know, want to choose. And it can be very like far-fetched or not, but it's because it's easier to believe that than admitting that you've had some notions that weren't that the world's not plausible with the notions that you had or with the values that you had, and really having to challenge yourself so deeply. So I don't know if there's like a simple solution for that, because I think it's a very human, very deep problem. But yeah, and the other thing that I wanted to say is, so I'm from Brazil, and my family is from Rio Grande do Sul, and I live in London. And I really liked the shout out that you did in the beginning, Ulrich. And I just want to say that I'm organizing a fundraising event on the 16th of June, where all proceeds will go to Ação da Cidadania in Brazil, which is a charity that is working on the ground to alleviate, the crisis that is happening there. So if you want to know any details about the event, you can look for me and I can give you some details. 16th of June, and there will be like music and lots of activities and Brazilian food and everything. So yeah, there's something that you can do that's concrete. Thanks.
Great, thanks. And we'll definitely, we can definitely put details of that out on our social media channels and stuff as well. Was there a guy? Do you want to just this one here?
Great, thanks. Thank you for your presentation. So I want to respond to something specifically. I was really inspired by the idea of transformative cells, and especially powerful, I think, is this idea that the eco-modernist approach to green capitalism is really so linked to the rise in eco-fascism and fascism, more, I mean, beyond the other type of fascism, even worse or just as bad, where because of this sort of attempt by the eco-modernists to push the work of transition down to the working classes. And so I really like the approach of combining solidarity with subjectivities and in this transition work. But I just want to respond to like this idea that there's this massive amount of disengagement, which I think is like a response not so much to the fact that people don't want a sort of transition, but in that it's quite difficult to see what could happen under the current in the current sort of mainstream discourse. And so it's more like a need for us to build up the sort of imaginative infrastructure and the sort of vision of how it could be different. And so I think that the work that you're doing here is part of that. But I just want to say that there's like the especially working with young people, I'm a educator, so I've like there is a huge like demand for it, or not so much demand for it, like need for it, in that manifests most strongly, I think, in the mental health crisis. And so, if we can do things like answering, trying to respond to people's most immediate emotional needs, this kind of a focus on subjectivity is really, really key in trying to help imagine something else. And with this idea that the normative sort of approach to these problems, the green capitalism, is actually driving the opposite, is making the opposite happen in the rise of fascism.
Great, thank you. I think we're going to go back to our speakers now because we're coming towards the end. Thank you for that very wide-ranging contributions. And yeah, well, there's lots to respond to. So respond to what you will. And actually, one thing that didn't come up, Luciana, I mean, 1 or 2 words on your crazy, dangerous president and what's going on there. Does that relate to the discussion? Maybe that's another, yeah.
It's embarrassing and depressing. I don't want to talk about my he's taking pictures right now with Silicon Valley, like Mark Zuckerberg and stuff, and he thinks that brings Argentina to the first world or whatever. I mean, but the best thing is that do you hear well?
Yeah, maybe you're actually too close there.
I'm too close.
Too close, yeah.
Really? But you don't keep. I don't hear myself there.
Yeah, well, that's
No, there is it. Okay, this picture's here. Okay, so yeah, the crazy president we have. Yeah, he thinks that going to Silicon Valley to meet Facebook. Well, Elon Musk seems to be his best friend. But the previous president, Christina Kirchner, also met the guys, and none of them ever invested in Argentina. So it's ridiculous just for the picture and for Twitter. No, the situation is. I'm going to link that to what I wanted to say actually, because I think that this is not new for you. It's not new for anybody, but the world is changing quick, which is nonsense because the world is always changing. But what we are seeing is deep change that is completely, it's new to what we have been experiencing in the past 40 years. I think that we have been able at least in Latin America, but I would say that everywhere in the Western countries, we have been able in the past 30, like since the 90s, since the neoliberal institutions were born and we were told that free market was like going to save our lives. Since we put that into a crisis, like Seattle Battle, the World Social Forum, another word is possible, Zapatismo in Mexico. I mean, many people struggling against the war. You were struggling a lot. We saw your demonstrations against the war in Iraq and everything that happened after 2001. All of that put many of these or much of those principles in challenging them, putting them out there and saying this is not working. But now we're seeing the reaction to our challenging them. Now we're seeing the reaction. And especially, for example, with the feminist movement in Latin America, Argentina, the feminist movement was really strong, really, really strong. I mean, lots of, and really you had your goosebumps when you saw all the young girls fighting and staying outside the Congress, fighting for getting the abortion law. But much more than that, I mean, they were saying like, stop patriarchy is a very strong movement. Now we're seeing the reaction. Milei is a reaction to that. We're seeing the reaction in half of Latin America, and we're seeing the reaction here. I mean, the Netherlands. Except the UK, that you might have a better government, maybe. Yeah, I suppose. I suppose. I mean, I'm an outsider, so I won't say. I won't be. But so what we're seeing is the reaction to our actions in the past 20 years, which is expectable actually, right? Because every time we do something, the system, goes back on us, right? Moves back on us. So the thing is that this leads to in a moment where the crisis is going so fast and it's so urgent. But then on the other hand, we say climate change, climate crisis, we need to act fast. But then on the other hand, I would say slow down. I mean, we need the debate. We need the debate. I mean, I would say for you, if you have a progressive government or at least a government that opens up the debate, then go through all the way. It's like we want to open up all the debates everywhere in the UK. We want like communities debating energy transition. We want communities debating. So if they give you like this, like Hugo Chavez used to say that to imperialism, ni un tantito así, no, you don't give a little bit. So when they give you a little bit, then you ask for the whole bunch, right? It's like, we want all the debate, go all along with the debates, because that's the only way. So slow down a little bit and open up the debate, because otherwise we know it's going to be profitless. And I wanted to, because so many questions related to trade unionists and what happens with cooperation. Well, you were responding that mental health, or what happens with ordinary people. That is a question I have myself, because it seems that we are still ruled by fear, right? People move by being afraid. They like being afraid of the immigrants, afraid of the one who is different. I don't know. I'm not a psychologist, so I won't argue about that. But about the trade unions, it's very interesting. Trade unions have a say. There is a group of trade unions that is called TUED. It's Trade Unions for Energy Democracy. Please look it up. It's a group. It's a very interesting group. It's international. And they have principles related to this debate. They have at least 5 Ds. decarbonize, deprivatize, demarketize, decolonize, and degrow, right? So let's decarbonize, but how? Who leads the process? For what? Energy for what? Let's discuss energy. Deprivatize, demarketize, go public, the cooperatives. So again, deprivatize. We don't want this process to be led by corporations, and we want it made equal for all. So decolonize is the same point. So, and the last point, degrowth, Uli was talking about that, challenge the consumer's model. So this is, I mean, trade unions are already talking about this, huh? It's not that, it's not like in the past when there was a biggest division between, no, we're going to lose our jobs. There is a conscience going on there, and we should exploit them more. So I encourage you to look it up, the TUED, the Trade Unions for Energy Democracy. It will be good. Thank you.
Yes, we'll go up at the end. Okay.
Yeah, thank you. This is really fascinating, and it's the start of the day. Time also to discuss some points in the other workshops. And the advantage for Global Justice Now is that you have already the topics for the next 3 annual conferences. Yeah. Yeah. So I hope that I can just condense 4 points. The one is, I'm more confident with this, how to use the system, the SDG question. And I would say it's not the system and we are part of the system. This is the whole idea of the Imperial Mode of Living, or the Imperial Mode of Production and Living. But I would say one challenge and also one point of action for us is to look at the cracks, to look at the system is not closed, the system changes, there are potentials, there are contradictions, there are crises, this is an interpretation of the crisis, etc., etc. And to get into this and to remind the let's say the open-minded powerful, they don't want to give up the power, but the open-minded, they understood the problem, that their self-description might be very radical, climate change and other crises, but they don't go to the root causes. And our job as activists, as scholars, as whatever is to insist that there are root causes. They are complex, but we can name it. It's capitalist, it's patriarchal, it's imperial and colonial. And then, of course, to refine it. But I think this is a quick answer to say, yes, we need to reduce certain things. This is out of the public debate. The green growth agenda is so powerful to say, no, we need to reduce certain industries, but not at the cost of workers, etc., etc. So this is, I would say, the idea of degrowth. The second is Andreas' question, Gaza and the war, and of course we are all frustrated, and I don't know how to think alternatives. But coming back to your question, yes, I would say it's linked to the Imperial Mode of Living, because it's, of course, there are ideological, religious questions, but they have also an imperial background. And I'm not a specialist for the region, but I would say the fact that in the Near East, petrocapitalism has its source, and the petrocapitalism in the oil exporting countries is structuring the region, beside many other things. But to look at this, and this in this sense, I would say yes, it's part of the Imperial Mode. Nobody wants to know in the global north what's happening there, what is the oppression in the neighboring countries, or also in Gaza and others. But just the important thing is that the oil comes from the region. I would say this is one point to enter a more than detailed analysis. The crisis of the international norms, it's also maybe a topic for another conference, an annual conference. I would say, yeah, there is a crisis of international norms, but I wouldn't stand on this. I would not stand on the side to say we need to defend the Western norms, and now China is attacking the Western norms. I think Europe, as it is, the colonial, imperialist, capitalist Europe, needs to be changed dramatically. And I already said yesterday in the workshop, if we take seriously as a radical social ecological transformation, which is not only decarbonization, it's a post-capitalist decarbonization or non-capitalist decarbonization, and not controlled by capital. This would mean to fall back for Europe in the global competitiveness, because global competitiveness under fossil capitalist conditions means that the fossil fuel countries like China and India will further grow. But to accept this and to say, no, then we need to restructure our economy, and we can push on every side the competitiveness agenda. I hope that you get this point, to prepare ourselves in thinking. I didn't go through it, but just the line of thinking, but then also politically, what does it mean that Europe is not any longer, maybe in 10 years, when a social ecological transformation really takes place, in certain branches cannot compete with the fossil fuel powers. What would it mean for the technology development, for imports, exports, etc., for self-sufficiency? Somebody said. I hope that you get this. This is a huge field of thinking, but if we are seriously, we should think into this direction, to weaken Europe, to weaken capitalist fossil fuel-based Europe. This would it mean, and to transform it to a solidary Europe and to other forms, but in a world which is still fossil fuel-based in other regions. Maybe two last points. One is on the whole question. I'm very happy that, obviously it's a point you want to discuss here, and we have time to, let's say, the depoliticization and the experience of many people not to make a difference. There's a solidarity when we look at the families, if we look at friends. There is solidarity in society, but obviously many people don't think I can make a difference. This is that, and I would say that it comes to the experience that we are ruled. So it's very hard to make a difference, but it also a question of the of the political culture. So we are individualized. You have to make your living. You have to be successful individually. So it's part of these encounters. To have this feeling that it makes a difference to understand the world and then to act. I think this is important. And just one idea on this, I would insist that the public sector, mainly the local public sector in Nottingham or in your cities or in your counties, needs to support these starting points that people want to do something, that young people or also other people want to do something, that they get a support, that they get an education, that they get some funding to do something. It's a very tiny thing, but these tiny things that I can do something, that I can make a difference, is supported, not paid, but supported by the public sector, that that people can have the experience, I make a difference when it comes to work with migrants, educational work, whatever. And to finish, I'm happy that some of you think that this idea of the transformative cells is productive. Where I have my note. I don't have an answer. Somebody said at the very beginning, there is a certain movement. What can we do? The offer of this concept, this is conceptual, is to rethink something, and then we have to look more precisely what is a specific movement, a specific organization, what can a transformative say. What I take with me from the debate is that I will in the future mention churches and religious groups, because they are good examples that we need progressive groups within the churches, within these, that understand themselves as progressive. And the same with the trade unions. Somebody asked. I would say that work within the trade unions is so important, and then to have their transformative. But, and I end with this, I would also, and sometimes I'm criticized by trade unions officials, but I would insist, and this is my work, I did empirical work on trade unions and social ecology questions, to insist that maybe the trade union representatives underestimate the consciousness of the workers, because they usually say, we know what are the interests of the workers. But maybe the interests of the workers are more contradictory. And of course, they want a good job. They don't want to be in a disadvantage when there are transformation processes. But maybe they also understand the automotive workers. They also might understand that we are in trouble when we produce SUVs, etc., etc. And I insist, I don't know the debate here in the UK, but in Austria and Germany, I always insist that the trade unions themselves should open up themselves to understand maybe the consciousness of many workers, whether there is some, let's say, transformative design. Because if they don't do it, it's also the danger that it goes to the far right. And when they just say, we defend the social interest and the ecological questions are out, and then this is the discourse which is kind of also promoted by the power. I leave it here. Thank you.
Thank you so much, both of you. So that's the end of the first session. And we will be coming back after the lunch break at 1:45, and that goes for the people that are watching on the streaming as well. We've got some people online. And so although we finished a little bit late, I think we need to try and keep on track because the end of the conference has to be when we need to leave the building. So in terms of announcements, obviously there are some stalls here for you to look at. There's the book stall outside. They've got copies of the Imperial Mode of Living, amongst many other things. I've been told there is the Green Hustle, which is going on today in Nottingham, which includes various food stalls, some with a kind of progressive bent. So that's 5 minutes of walk away in the market square, if you're interested in that. And yeah, otherwise, thanks very much. We'll see you back for the parallel sessions at 1:45, or you can even go now to drop into the block printing session that we have in the studio. That's running for the rest of the day. So
This block printing.
you get like letters, or in this case letters, just you ink letters, print.
Check 1 2 1 2 check 1 2 check. Check 1 2 check 1 2 check 1 2 check 1 2 1 2 check 1 2 check. Check 1 2 1 2 1 2. Checking microphone 1 2 1 2 1 2 check check check. Check 1 2 1 2. Hello 1 2. 1 1. I wonder if it's just picking it up to me. Oh, you don't know. Everyone like that works it. Think so. 1 2. Hello. 1 2 check. Check 1 2. Check 1 2 check. So come up and have a look at the thing.
Yeah, 1, 2, test, test. Hello, speaking back here. Test, test. 1, 2. Test. Mic test. 1, 2. 1, 2. Mic test. Test, test. Shall we speak into the other one?
Instead of exchange
Okay. Listen to it next to this one now. Test, test. 1, 2, 1, 2. Test, test. 1, 2, 1, 2. Test. Test, test. 1, 2. Test, test. Test, test. 1, 2. Test. Test. 1, 2. Test, test. 1, 2. Bring it out a little bit, but can you hear a difference between this one and that, the central one and the other ones? Like, hello, if I'm speaking, 1, 2. Yeah, there's a lot. I mean, there's a lot. I mean, there. Let's say there a bit here. I'm just speaking here. 1, 2, 1, 2. Can you hear me up there, Paul? Is that clear or is that? Can you actually hear what I'm saying without the boost? Obviously, there's people talking. 1, 2.
make laws with this is tax on the sector of the government. But they did it because we looked at them about they really went they actually did it to avoid.
Oh, 1, 2.
And if you want to be practical, actually, I think it's
Just have a listen again when I talk through all of it. If that one is sounding a bit worse, I might just move it to give it an end.
Well, because there's rules of church service. I mean, so one of my ideas is talking about
this. 1, 2. Can you hear me? Yep.
Take it in turns and share it.
Is that what? 1, 2, 1, 2. Speaking in it into the mic. Test, test. 1, 2. Yeah. Moving over. Test. 1, 2. 1, 2. Mic test. 1, 2. Is that sounding? 1, 2.
Not observations, but yeah. Imagine that. And combine and it's fell apart.
1, 2, 1, 2. Test, test. 1, 2. 1, 2. Yep, that sounds sounding good down here. How's that sound up there? 1, 2. 1, 2. One, two, 1, 2. Test. Yeah, this one sounds good.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to this session. Sorry you got such a short lunch break, but we've got a lot to talk about. So what we're talking about in this session is green colonialism or a real just transition. And I'm tired, but I'm also very invigorated because we spent the last 2 days in a seminar with activists and campaigners from around the world talking about this question. And I'm very, very fortunate to be joined by 3 of them on the panel today, because what we want to do is kind of bring you into this conversation as well. Our organization has campaigned, Global Justice Now has campaigned on trade issues really since it first came into existence in 1970. But over the last few years, we've recognized there are some enormous changes going on to the way that trade is carried out and the way trade is talked about. Only last week, The Guardian ran an editorial which essentially said globalization is dead. The era of the free market rule is over. And what they meant by that was that the governments, especially in the United States, but increasingly in Europe too, are implementing industrial strategies that rely on heavy government intervention, particularly to deal with climate change, but also to meet perceived security concerns. So that raises a question for us. Do we need to begin, as an organization that kind of has railed against hyperglobalization and the rule of the market, do we need to start thinking of a different way of describing and talking about and campaigning on trade? But what we discovered when we talked to some of our Southern allies is that for them, in some cases, the conversation hasn't really changed at all. And oftentimes, they live in countries unable to carry out industrial policy, certainly on anything like the level being carried out in the United States, due to effectively a lack of cash, a lack of fiscal space because of the debt crisis, which is really severe in many countries, because of a lack of ability to collect tax, and because of a lack of policy space by the World Trade Organization, the International Monetary Fund, and scores of trade deals which prescribe how those countries are effectively allowed to govern their own economy. So what does all this mean for global justice? And could we actually be looking at a model which is worse for the majority of the world, as the West outcompetes them using enormous subsidies and tariffs that they're unable to effect, and also tries to put into place an enormous resource grab for the basic metals and minerals on which the green transition economy that they want to get up and running relies upon? And is that going to mean that their dominance over the economy of the future is potentially even greater than their dominance of the economy now? So we've been exploring all of this and thinking about how we run solidarity campaigns to ensure that the opportunity before us actually leads to something better rather than worse. And I want to explore this. It's a really complicated and complex discussion. There's lots of nuances, and we're not coming here, I think, to give you a ready-made set of answers or campaigns that we can go out and run. But we want to bring you into the conversation at this point so that you can get some idea of what issues are at stake. So I'm very, very pleased to be joined, first of all, by Rakmi Hatani, who works for the Transnational Institute, a great allied organization of ours, which does some fantastic research on the global economy. Rakmi lives in Jakarta, in Indonesia, and previously ran an organization called Indonesia for Global Justice, which is actually no relative of ours, but it's certainly an organization that we work in alliance with. And then I've got Avantika Goswami, who works for an Indian think tank, a public interest organization called the Center for Science and Environment, and particularly specializes in climate policy, and is on her way through the UK to go to Bonn, where there is a really important meeting preparing for the next COP. And then Fadel Kaboub, who is from an organization called Power Shift Africa, which are doing some incredibly important and insightful work trying to build capacity for a transformation of particularly African economies in light of the green transition. So what I'm going to do, we're going to try and keep it kind of conversational. I'm going to kick off with a few questions, and we'll let the panelists come back, and then I'm going to go over to you, and you can see what you might like to ask as well. So a really big one to start off with, which is, as I said, the global north, particularly the United States, but increasingly the European Union too, are beginning to break neoliberal norms in a really explicit way by offering subsidies and levying tariffs to their industry, particularly green industry, at a really top level. Do you think this presents an opportunity to break the neoliberal model, or does it simply leave the global north in charge of a whole bunch of new industries which are going to become absolutely critical in the next 10, 20 years? Maybe I'll start with you, Fedor.
Thank you. This is on. You can hear me, right? Okay. No? Okay. Is this better? All right. I have no problem with that. All right. So thank you for being here. This is it's really an honor to be on this panel and to be engaging with all of you today. I'll start with one statement. I was joking with Nick earlier. Maybe some people need to leave quickly, so I'll just have one sentence and then people can take it with them. We can't decarbonize a system that hasn't been structurally and economically decolonized yet. So from a global South perspective, when we talk about this transition, this just transition, first we underline the concept of justice. And then the transition is not just an energy transition. From a global South perspective, it's a transformation opportunity. And transformation of a system that was not just, that was extractive, abusive, exclusive, a system that didn't deliver energy to begin with to 650 million people on the African continent, a system that didn't deliver a clean cooking infrastructure to the 950 million people who are inhaling toxic fumes on a daily basis because of lack of clean cooking infrastructure in the African continent, mostly women and children. So these are the challenges that they're dealing with. But fundamentally, there's been a particular economic role that's been imposed on the global South in general, on the African continent in particular, and that's a colonial role that can be summarized in three major points. These are the points that need to be transformed, decolonized. Number one, we were supposed to be the place for cheap raw materials for the industrialized world. And that's the role we played during colonial times, unfortunately also during post-colonial times. And this cannot be the way forward if we're talking about a just transition. Number two, we're supposed to be the consumers of industrial output from the global north, from the industrialized world. And number three, and most importantly, we're supposed to be the place where obsolete technologies, assembly line manufacturing that is no longer needed in the global north, is outsourced to us under the label of development and cooperation and job creation and all of that, and partnership, like you said earlier. But effectively, what it does is that it locks us at the bottom of the global value chain permanently, which means no real industrialization, no real development. So these are the structural colonial traps that must be undone in the process of a just transition. So that's the lens we use to assess whether these climate finance partnerships, all of these negotiations, all of these, EU partnerships, G7 partnerships, and all of that, whether these partnerships actually transform the colonial role and allow us actually to decolonize our economy and actually decarbonize, or whether they're meant to greenwash, rinse, and repeat the same colonial structures. And unfortunately, the assessment that I can share with you right now is that most of this engagement with the global north, especially in the climate finance space, is greenwash, rinse, and repeat, in some cases in a more violent way than in the past. And if I have one moment, I'll just give one example just to illustrate one of many examples. Take, for example, the Green Industrial Zone in Namibia, which is supposed to be the biggest European investment as part of this climate finance, and especially Germany, because, a couple of decades ago, when Germany refused to pay reparations for the genocide in Namibia, they said, instead of genocide reparations, we'll call it development, because we don't want to open the floodgates for claims. It's okay. So development, what kind of development? Green industrialization. That's fantastic. It's green and it's industrialization, and it's going to transform Namibia, except that the green part is massive green hydrogen investments in a country that doesn't have any water, which means seawater desalination, which means massive amount of land use to produce the solar and wind for the seawater desalination, literally displacing the same descendants of the victims of the genocide. And say, well, we have to do it. We need the land, we need the green hydrogen. And then, of course, the green hydrogen byproduct is dumped into the ocean, which raises the salinity of the water, raises the temperature, and kills your blue economy in the next 20 or 30 years. You say, fine, we need to do it. It's green industrialization. What kind of industrialization? This is outsourcing obsolete technologies, assembly line manufacturing from Europe and from Germany in particular, to be assembled with low-cost labor and low-cost energy in Namibia, effectively locking Namibia at the bottom of the global value chain again. So it's not really industrialization. But the story doesn't end there. And now I'm coming to the UK in a minute, because the products that will be assembled in the green industrial zone in Namibia and other green industrial zones across the continent, the African continent, will be shipped back to the European market, except this time they're green. So they don't pay the CBAM tax, the Carbon Border Adjustment Mechanism tax, which means that this green industrial zone in Namibia is actually an inflation management tool for the EU. And it's a trade weapon against the EU's competitors who don't have access to green industrial zones. They have to pay the CBAM tax. And CBAM is not just an EU thing. The UK is about to start its own CBAM, and the US, Canada, Australia, other global north countries are just about to introduce a similar thing. So this thing that was supposed to be reparations for a genocide and climate finance and decarbonization is an inflation management tool for the global north. It's a trade weapon for the global north, and it's designed to greenwash, rinse and repeat, locking the global south at the bottom of the global value chain. So we have to be very clear about what this just transition means globally, not just from a global north perspective, that this is meant to reproduce, unfortunately, a lot of the structural traps that we've been struggling to undo.
Thank you, Fadel. Avantika.
Thanks, Nick, for setting the context, and Fidel, always excellent with the deep structural analysis. I'm going to zoom in a little bit from there and talk about some of the policy shifts that are really informing the way we are looking at this issue and the reasons that we're having this conversation in the first place. And forgive me if I get a little policy wonk about this. I'll try my best not to, but I promise you at the core of it, we are concerned about the same justice questions and the same inequalities. Um, I come from the most populous country in the world. We are a developing country. We're a large emerging economy. That's one of the terms that's thrown around these days. India is definitely in a better place than a number of other least developed countries, small island states. I think it's always important to bring about that distinction because otherwise the global south is seen as kind of a homogenous entity, and it's not. Some countries are better placed than others. But from where we're standing, a couple of policy shifts really kind of brought our attention to this issue. The first was the announcement of the European Union's CBAM, the Carbon Border Adjustment Tax, where the EU is hoping to place a tax on imports of goods that are produced in countries with weaker climate regulations and which are produced with more carbon intensive production processes than European industries. The second policy shift was the United States' Inflation Reduction Act, which is this $400 billion climate bill, so-called climate bill, that the US passed in 2022. And essentially, it gives bottomless subsidies to the private sector to spur green industry, green domestic industry in the United States. And of course, those of people like Nick and others who've been deeply entrenched in economic justice issues for a long time have observed that this is a shift for the US and the EU. They've shifted away from the free market model, and they're becoming interventionist again. So industrial policy is back on the table for them. For a lot of global South countries, state intervention has been the norm for a while because we are still very much growing economies, and there has been a lot of central planning in a lot of sectors. But now that the US and the EU, major economies of the world, are going towards state intervention, industrial policy, where does this leave developing countries, the rest of the world? Particularly because what's happening now is a shift towards it's a fight to capture the new green supply chains. The economy of tomorrow is going to be a green economy. So ideally, not only are we going to be decarbonizing, but we'll also be producing a lot of green stuff. The factories around the world will ideally not be producing fossil fuel based high carbon products, they'll be producing green products, and energy systems along the way will be decarbonized. Where does the developing world kind of place itself in this emerging trend of green protectionism in the advanced economies, a fight for supremacy and capturing of green supply chains, a new green trade war, primarily between the US and China, but the EU's also kind of got its hat in the game. Developing countries are facing a number of constraints in this puzzle, in this situation. The first is the question of trade rules. Historically, trade agreements and trade rules have prevented developing countries from undertaking a lot of the similar policies that the US and the EU are now undertaking. So, domestic subsidies, export import tariffs, and so on. So, industrial policy has been seen as trade distorting. Secondly, developing countries will find it very hard to compete with the kind of subsidies that rich countries are giving. We don't have the fiscal space, we don't have the huge ability to generate domestic taxes. Thirdly, due to policies like a CBAM, which right now the EU is imposing, but countries like Canada, Australia, the UK are also considering their own border taxes. The US is also considering something called a foreign pollution fee. We may see our exports curbed and our export competitiveness hurt with these new green tariff walls, which is essentially what a CBAM is. Developing countries which are rich in mineral resources, critical minerals, which are vital to produce a lot of these green goods, may find themselves at the center of a new kind of extractive relationship where you have wealthy countries jostling to capture their mining resources. At the same time, from a financial and macroeconomic economic point of view, a large number of developing countries are deeply in debt, and they also are receiving very, very inadequate climate finance, which is the reparations that is owed to them from developed countries to undertake climate action. So, with all of these constraints, as well as new types of green protectionism emerging, uh, do we move towards a future where we, as the poor and developing world, end up just becoming buyers of green goods which are produced in the global north, and also see our export competitiveness hurt, our domestic green manufacturing capacity completely hamstrung? We don't know yet, but we're kind of analyzing what the future looks like as these green tariff walls go up and protectionism increases and so on.
Thank you. And Rakmi, you've been working on trade systems for a very long time. So maybe for you, I wonder if we could focus it a little more around the World Trade Organization specifically, which doesn't even have a functioning appeal panel anymore. So it's becoming much less effective. And in many ways, we might think that's a very good thing because we've been campaigning against the WTO and some of its rules for a long time. How do you see it? Is it a positive thing where there's some opportunity, or without a WTO, are we going to essentially just reinforce and expand the rule of the powerful?
Thanks, Nick. Yeah, it's a provocative question. But I would like to start first when you mentioned about that the developed countries right now implementing the protectionist measures in their country to protect their own industry. Well, the first response that I got at that time is, it's ridiculous. Come on. Like, you now doing a protectionist measures and now you want to impose and what? Increasing your tariffs and increasing your subsidies just to protect your own industry. But on the other side, when Indonesia, perhaps you know this famous case, yeah, when we try to protect our own interests on nickel, for example, when the government implement the export ban of nickel to develop our own processing industry on nickel, for example, they put us in the protest on that kind of policy at the WTO dispute settlement. They protest why you should put policies to not export your raw materials for their interests, not for Indonesian interests. That's a double standards for us, especially when we are talking about critical minerals. If you remember, the last year or last 2 years, the meeting of G7 was really intensive, especially when they are talking about China, the monopoly of China on critical minerals, right? And then they also see the potential of the disruptions of supply chains, and they know that the limitations of resource of critical minerals, and it owns only in developing countries. And then they are planning. They need the critical minerals in their countries, but then they want to implement an opposite policies in the foreign level, because they will push for more liberalizations for the developing countries, but not liberalizations in their country. For example, as we know that, as you mentioned, WTO, right? When Indonesia lost the case at the WTO with the EU, for example, on the export ban on nickel, we know that the WTO dispute settlement is paralyzed, right? Because they don't want the country like China can use it against them in relations with their own protectionism measures. But what happened with Indonesia? We have a right to protect our rights. We have a right to protect our interests. We cannot put the case on the appeal system at the WTO. The EU is still pushing us to accept the decision of panel at the WTO, so we can made another deals with the EU. So we should open the market for the EU, for example. And the other thing is, they try to use, I mean, they're not really liberal mechanisms. They still support for free trade systems. They still use WTO as an effective tools to imposing their interests using this mechanism to develop the global standards that can still work for them. For example, why? Right now, the debates at the WTO about the reform of the institutions. They're talking about the decision-making process at the WTO is in a problem. They don't want to have like what is that? The mechanism is like, they want to create another mechanisms where they want to put another frame of global standards like digital or e-commerce, investment facilitations, environmental and services goods and services liberalizations, something like that, where we know that these all of agreements actually against the interests of developing countries at the WTO. But on the other side, they are pushing it at the WTO level, where the developing countries should accept that there's another mechanism, like joint statement initiative, for example. Yeah, if you don't like or if you don't want to join in this joint statement initiative, it's fine. But there are a lot of countries who also want to join. I mean, this is like a strategy played by the developed countries to pushing indirectly to developing countries, right? If you not join, then you will lose something. But if you don't join it, if you join it, then you can get a lot of things. But it's false solutions from the developed countries for us. I mean, that kind of mechanism actually illegal at the WTO. They are trying to undermine the development agenda that we have been pushing it since Doha round. We know that what is the meaning of Doha round. I mean, I know that it's a long time ago, but for developing countries, this is our development agenda. We know that since the beginning of the WTO, they created an unfair rules for the developing countries. And now they want to push us to accept a new concept of global world right now, only to defend their interests. So I mean, this kind of model of system it should be rejected by the developing countries. I mean, our fight right now is how to ensure that the policy at the international level still give spaces for us to develop. I mean, I know it's big debates about industrializations in the global south. But if you are talking about to break the dependency of the colonialisms in the global south, I think that can be one first step that we can take before we are talking about the, the more details about what kind of just transitions that we want within our country. Thank you.
And maybe I can stay with you actually, Rakmi, because you mentioned this issue of critical minerals. We talked a little bit about it in the opening plenary. The green transition is going to depend upon a whole bunch of metals, which we have some of in the West, but by and large are in the global South. By and large are mined in appalling conditions, and the countries of the global South get very little benefit. And indeed, what the EU is trying to do for people who don't know with Indonesia at the moment, but also with other countries like Mexico, is say, we want to get our hands on these metals on the terms that we dictate, essentially, you know, and in countries like Indonesia, and to some degree Mexico, Bolivia, and others are saying, no, we want to use these metals to industrialize ourselves, to begin creating whatever it may be, the batteries or the elements of the green economy that will then mean that we can retain more of the value. And that seems to me to be an opportunity at this moment. And I wonder what you think about this. And in particular, you know, it contains contradictions within it, doesn't it? Because, you know, while there is a difference between a government gaining extra value for something and the actual miners or the indigenous people who are sitting on those minerals getting any value. And in our seminar, somebody posed a really interesting question, which was, is it possible to have extraction without extractivism, without all the exploitation that surrounds it? I don't know if you have any thoughts on that, Rakmi.
Yeah, sure, right. It's create more debate on this context. Yeah, well, yeah, like I said, actually, this can be an opportunity for developing countries like Indonesia, because since the era of colonialisms, where Indonesia colonized by the Dutch, for example, we exporting raw materials a lot. And then with free trade agreements, the liberalizations of trade and investment under WTO or FTAs, you know, we also depending on imports. So this also create a lot of problems in our country. So when our presidents actually a decade ago under the Susilo Bambang Yudhoyono, if you know, Indonesian government has put idea of industrializations for our country. The first idea is to make import substitutions. It means that we should produce all kind of anything in our country. So we shouldn't depend on imports. I think that's a good idea, because can you imagine, to produce only candies, we should import sugar from Malaysia, for example. I mean, that's ridiculous. We have big plantations, but then we don't have the manufacturing for sugar. The Dutch legacy on sugar plantation was already what, all time ago. We don't have even sugar manufacturing in our country. So I mean, it is opportunity, the industrializations in our country. So, but of course, there will be a lot of sacrifices. For example, I know that the controversial of nickel processing industries for EV batteries. Yeah, they want to build the ecosystem of EV battery productions in Indonesia. So in this context, actually, yeah, I mean, once again, the industrializations policy comes from the governments. It's state-led, but driven by the corporate capture of government, something like that. So it's not driven by the needs of the people itself. I mean, there is no democracy in our country. It means that how public can also participate in the decision-making process. If we need industrializations, what kind of industry that we want to build? If we want to prioritize it, can we build a strong agriculture sector in our country? We need to feed our people. We don't want to import food. We want our local food. So I mean, that's the big issues. And the second is about the democratizations in how the state itself can really provide a good public services. I agree with the previous speakers. I mean, good public services is the key of the well-being. I mean, like the EV and the energy transitions where finally will be privatized by the private companies, it will also prevent the state to subsidize it. For example, the JETP program, the Just Energy Transition Program, where we got debt from the US, from the EU, from the UK, from the rich countries to make a roadmap about investment and policy plan on energy transition in our country, where one or two provisions or recommendations under this JETP program actually first, please limit the monopoly your energy sector by state. Second, you need to privatize the electricity sector because once again, the economically price for the renewable energy is still not competitive in Indonesia. And the question is how the state can subsidize it if once again the private sector will monopolize the electricity sector in Indonesia. And with that investment that financed by the debt from ADB, from IMF, from World Bank once again. So I mean, that's big questions. I mean, at international level, we can talk about to decolonize. I mean, I agree. At some point, we need to talk with the global north to open the spaces for the developing country. But at the national level, this is the real battle of our people, of how to make our country more democratic and make sure that all the voices of the people heard by the policymakers, by the president, by the MPs.
Thank you. Avantika, you're from and work in a country which has in many ways been fairly successful at navigating the cracks in the geopolitical system. Do you think India has do you see any hope that India can navigate the green transition in a way that will be genuinely transformative?
I think, as I mentioned earlier, there are countries in the global south who are definitely more prepared to meet the green transition head on than others. You have countries in sub-Saharan Africa, countries in Latin America who are deep in a debt crisis. You have small island developing states who are facing the threat of climate change right now as their lands are being eroded by sea level rise. From a better place position, but that said, there are still multiple limitations. One thing that we're kind of seeing in this entire patchwork of different trends across climate, trade, industrial policy is the message that you're on your own, pretty much. This message is coming to us from global north countries, developed countries. The climate problem at its core is a problem that we didn't cause. India is responsible for 3% of historical carbon dioxide emissions. Developed countries, the US is responsible for 25% alone. The European Union is responsible for 22% of historical carbon dioxide emissions. And carbon dioxide stays in the atmosphere for 150 to 200 years. So a lot of the carbon dioxide warming our planet today was emitted 100 years ago, and most likely not by global south countries. But despite this core historical responsibility element of the climate problem, the solutions and the approach being taken to address it continues to perpetuate the same kind of injustices. So if you think of something like a CBAM, which from the European Union's perspective is essentially to create a level playing field for its own companies and industries. If they are paying a high carbon price domestically under the domestic carbon market, they believe that others producing goods outside their borders should also pay a high carbon price. Which is, it's difficult to question if you just look at it through that lens. But the reason that there are differences in carbon intensity of production across regions have historical injustice elements to it. Global North countries used up cheap fossil fuels available to them at the start of the Industrial Revolution, so primarily coal and then oil and gas, and used that to rapidly industrialize, prosper, and of course, colonialism was a huge element of that. This is the time where the Global South is trying to play catch up. And many of us are trying to use the cheapest possible energy that's available to us, which for Asian countries is primarily coal. And we need to break our dependence on coal. We need to wean off coal as fast as possible, but it can't be on the same schedule, timeline, on the same standards that are imposed on the global north. So essentially, the global north is telling us we really want to clean up our act now. We've placed a domestic carbon price. You need to pay an equivalent price. We're not going to help you with this. You have to fund it completely on your own. You are responsible for your own decarbonization. So that places the entire burden of decarbonizing our heavy manufacturing sectors, our industrial sectors. The entire burden is on us. So we use our public budgets, our scant revenues, our scant fiscal space to decarbonize and then be able to export to the EU. So it's a each to his own, you're on your own kind of strategy, as opposed to a multilateral, cooperative, justice-based approach to the climate problem.
Thank you. I'm going to come to Fadel, but before I do, after Fadel's spoken, I'm going to come to you. So have a think about questions. And I know there's a lot of terminology that you might not be familiar with in this debate. So no question is too simple. If something's not clear, ask us, and we'll explain it as best we can. Fadel, it seems to me that, I mean, I saw you put out a tweet earlier this morning that, you know, if the global north has one objective, it is to stop the industrialization of the global south. It kind of comes above everything else. And so I guess the question for me as to why, like, what are the obstacles to further global south cooperation in its industrialization program? Do you see any possibility of that in terms of the green transition that can give us some hope?
Yes. What I tweeted was actually backed by real information. Basically, what I said that for the G7, for the global north, the biggest perceived threat is not terrorism or climate change or Russia or China or, you know, cybersecurity and any of that. The real threat is a true repositioning of the global south, an industrialized global south, especially blocks of countries in the global south, at the center of a multipolar world economy. What I mean by that is the following: as it's been said earlier, the economy of the future is going to be based on these precious critical minerals, both for the green infrastructure that we all need to decarbonize, but also for all the high-tech consumerism and for all the high-tech military equipment. It's all based on these strategic minerals, critical minerals, the majority of which are in the global south. So imagine this, picture this scenario, and keep in mind what I said earlier about the importance of decolonizing the global south to escape the bottom of the value chain. Imagine a block of 30, 40, 50 countries in the global south without China. Leave China alone. Just African, Latin American countries getting together and forming an economic and political bloc with joint industrial policies, because nobody can industrialize alone in the global south. You need economies of scale, which means you need large scale manufacturing. I'll give you an example from Europe. When Boeing used to dominate the market, there was no way for France alone to create Airbus or Germany alone to create Airbus. It had to be created as a pan-European joint industrial policy with complementarity of resources and capabilities, with pre-negotiated distribution of the value chain within the Airbus club of countries that created it. We're talking about similar type of industrialization with blocks of countries saying, look, we have the economies of scale collectively. We have the complementarity of resources and capabilities. We have all the strategic minerals that we need. to build the renewable energy infrastructure, the clean transportation infrastructure, the clean cooking infrastructure. These are the building blocks of development that we've been denied systematically. We have all of that. What we lack is transfer of technology, life-saving technology to manufacture and deploy the solar panels that we need. Let's start with solar panels. Picture that block of countries going out to the major economies and saying, who will do joint ventures with us? Who will transfer technology on non-extractive, non-abusive, non-colonial terms to manufacture and deploy this infrastructure here in the global south rather than extract it for use in the global north? We know for a fact that Europe will say no, that the US will say no, that Japan and the G7, the OECD countries typically will say no. And when I say we know this is because this is candid conversations behind closed doors that say, you know, nobody's allowed to industrialize without our approval. These are not my words. So imagine that bloc going to China, the country that actually industrialized despite the restrictions. It's a country that industrialized by violating all the rules of international trade and international investment, because that's how you industrialize. Unless you're Japan, unless you're Israel, unless you're strategically picked by a global north hegemon to industrialize for strategic reasons. So we know these are the rules of the game. So imagine that block of countries going to China and saying, look, we give you this bargain. In 10 to 15 years, you double your industrial footprint globally. In 10 to 15 years, you double your geopolitical weight globally. And you secure your access to these precious minerals that everybody's panicking about. Only if you replicate the entire value chain of manufacturing solar panels, for example, in this block of countries on our terms to manufacture and deploy the infrastructure that we need. Now, why would China not take this bargain? And just triggering that process immediately repositions the global south with the second bargaining chip to go to a country like Germany, for example, and say, look, we offer you a same deal. If you transfer technology of wind turbine technology, manufactured and deployed on our terms. And if they say, no, we don't do transfer of technology, we don't do actual partnership, I say, fine, well, let's try Japan. If Japan says, no, we don't do that, we're part of the OECD club, okay, we'll go back to China and we'll give them the opportunity to triple their industrial footprint and geopolitical weight. And then go to France and say, we want high-speed rail technology, manufactured and deployed with our resources in the global south on our terms. And if they say we don't do that, say, fine, we'll go to Chinese high-speed rail technology. And all of a sudden, you use this small window of opportunity that we have in the next 5 to 10 years because of the opportunity of critical minerals and decarbonization. And then if we do this carefully and successfully, this requires obviously very strong political commitment from this block of global south countries, which is an assumption, right? I'll give you that. And this is where the struggle is. But this is where the opportunity also is. But if you successfully trigger this process, now all of a sudden, this conversation about degrowth that we were having earlier becomes not just a conversation in these circles, it becomes a political reality that the global north has to struggle with. Because now we're actually using the strategic minerals to build the building blocks of development and prosperity in the global south. And there wouldn't be enough left for the global north to continue to grow its obsession with consumerism and waste and planned obsolescence and energy waste and all of that. And the reality of putting together a coherent, comprehensive for degrowth, for a circular economy, for living with logical means. That transition in the global north to thinking carefully about the ecological limits will not happen unless we force that reality. And forcing that reality cannot happen without the global south asserting its position, its sovereignty over those resources, and its actual right to development, its actual right to decolonize those economic structures. And that's the small window of opportunity that we have. And this is part of the work that we're trying to do in the global south, is actually forming that united front of global south countries to recognize that when we talk about industrialization and development, it cannot happen one country at a time. And when we talk about global south solidarity and unity and Pan-Africanism, is not nice fluffy words we say to each other in nice meetings. It's a geopolitical and economic necessity. And once we get there, I think maybe we have a chance.
Thank you. Thank you, Fedor. So there you have a little insight into what we've been talking about in the last 2 days, and it's very difficult. It's very complex, but it's quite exciting at the same time. So where are you on all of this? Please, yes. And do we have microphones for the audience, Guy? Thank you. So of course, yes. Oh, I didn't say my name. My name's Nick Dearden, and I'm from Global Justice Now. But please, yes, say your name before you speak, so I see you, and then I see you.
It's Ruth Devlin from Global Justice Nottingham. Obviously, I support what you were saying about what would you call it? A collection of global South countries coming together and making meaningful trade deals. How concerned are you about your security in a scenario like that, given America's, dominance in the world, the historical, the history it's got with Central and South America, well, with all
Not
the
my
countries.
personal security, right?
No.
Well, we're being live streamed.
The individual country's security, given the horrific growth of arms in the world, I assume that there's nothing they can threaten you with trade-wise that would be any worse than what you have at the moment. But seriously, what about security?
That's a good point. Let's take a collective couple more if we can. So yeah, friend here.
Linda Walker from High Peak Green New Deal in Derbyshire. Well, my point was really very similar. It was the first thing that came to me. The United States won't like it, and as soon as countries start coming together and making demands, they will see, right, do we need to invade? Do we need to just bump off the prime minister? Do we need to engineer economic collapse? How are we going to stop this? When the countries in the South came together before, as soon as they were becoming a strong voice, the US managed to undermine it and divide them all and make it impossible. And it's just hard to see how we're going to get past that again.
And the debt crisis was, of course, a big part of that. Guy, do you want to go back? Yeah, I'll try and stop you walking as much as I can. But
Hi, Jane Bird, just come along for the ride. But I want to ask about, should you be looking further into the future about the effect of AI, firstly on the global north and then how it reflects back on the global south?
Thank you. Artificial intelligence question. Was there a guy at the back? Go on. So, yeah, you and
Thanks very much. Bangladesh and India are coming together for a investment in the largest power station in Bangladesh, in Ramphal in the Sundarban, which is a World Heritage site. That's going to be 100% coal-fired with Indian coal. Is that justified in terms of the historic low contribution of India and Bangladesh to the total greenhouse gas emissions, or do you feel not so confident about that?
Thank you. Good question. Yeah, Marilla. I know it's hard to see, isn't it? Yeah.
Thank you. Marilla from Global Justice Hearts and Beds. I just thought a question of fairness, really, because our speaker on the panel from India isn't on the programme. So I wondered if maybe you could write her name down. So if anyone wanted to copy it down and her organisation, then we could come and write it down later. And also how you spell a CBAM, that would also be useful. And then very interesting suggestion from Fadhel. It's a new idea and concept to me, and I wondered if you could just repeat how you would sort of describe that in short, if there's a term for a group of countries coming together like that, and what that would be, because I might have missed it. Thank you.
Do you want some more? I come back on those. What do you think? Should we keep? I know there's you at the back who I've seen for a long time, so we should go for you definitely, and then Yellow Jacket, and then there we are. We're giving Guy his exercise. Yeah.
I'll say. Hi folks, thanks for an interesting session. My name's Zach and I represent Green New Deal rising, of which actually that's a source of my question, because the Green New Deal gets heavily criticised of being quite UK and US centric, depending which one you look at. My point is, how the hell do you get people to care about this? Because the world is so focused, borders have become a real thing. The rise of nationalisation is like really evident, and the concepts. Sorry, I forgot your name. You were speaking about on the right of the panel, to do with asserting sovereignty over critical minerals. How do we get campaigners in the UK to care about this as an issue collectively and actually in terms of in our communities?
Come down this side and then we'll see the gentleman. Oh, sorry.
Lying with China, or I don't know, or maybe we shouldn't be so concerned about these democratic ideals, because maybe that's how US and Europe kind of make the case for letting things stay as they are. But just curious.
And friend here in the yellow.
I am Mike Hope from Suffolk. I echo the question that was raised earlier about the response not just of the US, but of Britain. You know, the main enemy is at home, not over the seas. And also, we see Germany and France flexing their muscles. They will look to destabilize, they will look to find a local stooge, or they will unleash, as we see in Gaza currently, settler colonial relations are threatened. They unleash unspeaks. So how do we deal with that?
Worried about your security.
This is where true internationalism, I think, comes in.
No,
how we have to confront it. But there's a danger in going to China. You know, there's a lot of talk about the coming war with China. We do not want any country, let alone countries of the global south, let alone ourselves, to be caught up in inter-imperialist rivalries, which is what this is shaping up to be. So again, I see a role for solidarity, but I'd really like to hear more about that.
Thank you. Thank you. Guy, there were two quick, if we're really quick now, and then we'll have time for our speakers to come back, two quick ones, and then you're okay? Okay, a guy here in the blue.
Hi, yeah, I asked Mary this a while ago. If we assume the species are heading for total extinction in the next 50 years because of our own actions, in effect, a sort of Freudian mass suicide. I tried it a few years ago without success. As you can see, what is the main threat? Is it war? Is it global warming? Is it pollution? Or one of many other things?
Thank you very much. And then finally, Paul?
Is this a main threat in the future?
I will. I was going to ask who is there anywhere in which we can help or assist people in the global south to to develop that, to develop their own models? Over, to develop their own models to 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 self-determine their own futures.
So, a lot of questions. You've got about 3 minutes or so each. 3 minutes to say. Well, Rackley, can I start with you? Which ones would you take? You can't take calls. No.
Perhaps I would like to start to, but I don't know. I'm not a security expert one. But from my observations, yeah, in the context of geopolitics right now, like countries in Southeast Asia, what the response that they do right now is actually to not really choose between China blocks or US blocks. But like I said, that they need them. They need both for the development agenda in this arena. So this is also create dilemma for Indonesia. For example, I know that currently the nickel industry dominates by China, but then the impact is Indonesia cannot access US market. But Indonesia itself cannot really rely with China's investment for all development in our country. We need to diversify our economy. How? We need to diversify our market. We need to diversify our trade. So we need also the US. And as you know that with China, we have regional comprehensive economic partnership in the regions. But on the other side, with the US, not TPP, but we have Indo-Pacific Economic Framework. And our government has been trying very hard to get deals from the US from this. It doesn't mean that only talking about economic, but the US also want to have deal with Indonesia about security issue, because how the US presents in these regions quite relevant with the current conflicts related to the South China Sea, where China quite dominance in this area. So when Indonesia agreed to have a comprehensive uh, economic agreements with the US, where finally Indonesia can get market access for certain critical minerals to the US. But on the other side, Indonesia should open their maritime area for US security access to put their own bases, military bases in certain area in Indonesia's maritime area. So I mean, when we're talking about trade, of course, it's not free. There are a lot of deals behind it, and also I know that this is not really easy, but what we can do right now actually, how we can push uh, in the context right now is to decolonize world trade system. I think that's the key if you want to build the solidarity for the global South. That become the door for us, open the door for developing countries, so we can have at least equal positions with the global North, for example. I mean, how to ensure, like in the WTO, to discuss more the development agenda, like how developing countries can access the technology transfers. That's really crucial. How the WTO can also agree with the spatial and differential treatment, because we are not in equal positions in the negotiation process, including the local content requirements. So this is really important, because if you want to not dependent with import, local content requirements and using our own workers, that's also part of the agenda. And make sure that these all of provisions not prevented by the developed countries, even not only in the WTO, but they are trying to impose it also at the bilateral level. So I mean, how to ensure these provisions give more policy space for developing countries in realizing the development agenda.
Thank you, Rekmi. And that's a nice reaffirmation for us trade campaigners in the room, isn't it? So, Avantika.
So the question on the Green New Deal, I think is very interesting. I'm quite familiar with the US version of the Green New Deal principles and have a lot of respect for a lot of ideas that they've created around public investment and the need to have think through for green jobs in the economy so that you're not struggling with kind of the just transition question as a belated effort, but like a proactive effort to create green jobs. What I've struggled with is to find a translatability in applying the same model in every other part of the world, particularly in our parts of the world. And I think what's really important is to understand the political economy differences between countries and regions. There are things that civil society and activists can and cannot do in the West that they can or cannot do in other parts of the world. Societal divisions are very different in different parts of the world. So for the US, for example, there are deep divisions along race and income lines. In our part of the world, in India, for example, there are deep divisions along caste and class and income and all of that, which creates a very different kind of societal structure. So I think taking those differences into account and then engaging in kind of a true internationalist effort where you link up with movements in our part of the world, understand what their challenges are, and find a way to take the core ideas from the Green New Deal and find a way to implement our version of it. It's not going to look the same everywhere. I think one thing that I mentioned yesterday in our workshop, from the perspective of a think tank like us, is for Western colleagues to pay more attention to research coming from the global South, ground research that developing country groups are producing. Similarly, for movements, connecting with allies in movements in our part of the world, linking up common goals and finding common ground and creating a common agenda that takes into account our very specific context is going to make a framework like the Green New Deal more translatable as opposed to right now being very West centric. So yeah.
Thank you very much. Pada.
In 3 minutes. I'll start with the BRICS question. That block of developing countries that I talked about, that's why I said from the beginning without China, because you need to go to China as one of the key powers with that bargain. It cannot include India, not because we don't want India, it's just because the political reality of India today is not conducive to that. And it cannot include Russia because it just complicates things. The other BRICS plus countries, sure, yes, but they're not really the core BRICS, the original BRICS. But it's very important to recognize that if we're successful at triggering that process and that bargain, say with China in particular, then the rest of the BRICS will join. Then any other developing country that's not part of the original bloc will have to join because that's the opportunity of a lifetime to reposition themselves. Somebody asked me, a European colleague who was very deep into European geopolitics and security issues, asked me why not offer this bargain to the EU? Why go to China? Why do you want to? And I said, show me one, maybe two, three European prime ministers who are actually ready to think about their relationship with Africa in a different way, in a non-colonial way. And I'd rather have this bargain with Europe. It makes perfect sense. It's just the reality is everything we see from the EU is repeating the same colonial relations in a very arrogant way, not just repeating them. So that's the beginning. The security issue. And I've been asked this question. So there's two ways to do this. There's the secret way, where I wouldn't share this with any of you and go whisper this in Lula's ears and and that guarantees all the assassinations, I think. And there's this, which is building a global movement of, from the grassroots, from the global North civil society, labor, climate organizations from the global South, socialize this on social media, in the media, and think tanks everywhere, saying, look, there's an actual opportunity to get to this better world collectively, right? And it's not really about the global South bloc dominating the world. It's about repositioning the global South at the center of the global economy, of the geopolitical map, in a multipolar world that is balanced, that is safe, that is equitable, and that's not hierarchical. And that's why I said that is the threat actually for those who are on top, because they don't want that. That's losing power and influence and control. But from a global South perspective, this is a more balanced world. And actually, for peace and security purposes, this is actually a much more secure and safe world than a bipolar world or unipolar world dominated by the US or China or Europe. So that's the approach. And you're absolutely right. All questions about the security thing. We know what happened with the Cartagena Club in the 1980s when a block of Latin American countries, they didn't want to industrialize, by the way. They just said, we're not paying the debt. We can't. That was as simple as that. And then the threats and the direct isolation. The president of Argentina received the direct public threat from the United States saying 80,000 people in Argentina will die next month because you will not have any insulin. And the US shut down the insulin factory in Argentina and moved it out of Argentina. And Argentina had to scramble to collect insulin doses for their people. So we know that. We've studied history. We know that that's the reality. So what is important for this block is, as I said earlier, you don't walk into the lion's den unprepared to get eaten alive, right? Whether it's the US or China or Europe. So that block has to do its homework and prepare itself in terms of solidarity, not as in fluffy words, but in actual collective self-reliance. So that when a country is under pressure and doesn't have any access to food supplies or fuel or insulin, the rest of the bloc is there to provide it, right? Part of the security that you have to strike, whether it's with China or with any other bloc, is this is a threat to everybody. So the security part has to be part of the bargain. So I'll leave it at that. And then very important question. I'm sorry I can't see the question about global North and global South solidarity. If we truly industrialize the global South bloc, meaning that we no longer take those outsourceable jobs from the global North, the assembly line manufacturing, low-cost labor, which hurts both global South workers and workers in the global North who are thrown under the bus and their jobs thrown away. If the global South is no longer taking those jobs and is really taking the high value added manufacturing, the good paying jobs, then those jobs in the global North will not be outsourceable. That strengthens the labor movement in the global North. This is the reality that we need to put on the table, that workers in the global North and the global South are on the same side against the powers to be. And when we're divided with this outsourceable jobs that go into the colonies, right, reproducing colonial relations, that hurts workers in Europe and the United States. So this is where our solidarity, our unity must come forward. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Oh, let's give him a round of applause. Thank you so much. And you're going to hear more from Fadel. You weren't worried about your security till you came in here, were you? Now you're scared.
No, I've been told about the security thing. I'm not worried.
Okay. You'll hear more from Fadel later on. We've had a really wonderful, it's a wonderful third day I've spent with these people. And it also reminds you the global South is not homogenous, right? We don't all agree. And that's one of the things about this, what we've been trying to do over the last couple of days, to see where we do agree, where we have differences, how can we mitigate them in the work that we do. So I hope that's been useful, and you will see some of the results from that in our campaign in the year ahead. Now, we are going to be moving straight to the next session. In here, we have corporate courts. Upstairs, we have the Imperial Mode of Living, the Imperial Mode of Eating, the food system. That's upstairs through the studio. And anybody who would like a little bit of light relief, you can print your own bag in the studio. There is block printing going on. So thank you all.
If you want to know about Indonesian cases, you can grab this publication. Only limited publication I brought today.
Take a selfie of all four.
And I have cards here on the table that have links to websites and blogs and useful things. Thank you.
That was great.
Thank you. Yeah, it's a good discussion.
Four. That picture with all four.
It's good.
But then there's been taken.
Jury thing, yeah. Answer to Google already? Like already no.
No, no, yes, no, don't know.
I want to my
Just getting you Sam to get you guys some water.
yeah.
The person who's supposed to be helping with the session is in her own sessions overrunning. It's always when we have back-to-back ones. That's all right. Okay. Yeah, sure.
Okay.
Got a bright light in it. Oof. Really bright lights in the box.
You're a star, honey, so you're used to it. Well, let's see if I have to take notes. I'll take notes.
You like mine?
I like people that it's like there's a moment when your mind starts leaning to like because it's too many words, too much rationality, and start drawing. Teresa from Austria, she was doing that, but she draws beautifully, and I was like, oh my goodness. So until so we have one like 1 hour.
Hello? Can you hear us? Great. Okay. So welcome everyone, and thanks for staying in here. If you've just stayed from another session, I know it's quite a lot back to back. This is a session we've called, this is the name we give to the campaigning we do against something called investor-state dispute settlement, or ISDS. And it'd be really interesting to know how many people in the room feel like they've at least heard of this or know what this is. Oh, wow. We've got a room full of experts. That's fantastic. So that's great. So we won't have to spend, I will do a little introduction to the topic just to remind people. But we won't need to spend then too much time on the nitty-gritty of the mechanism, and we can really get some inputs on the movement against it and the kind of wins we've had recently and where the movement's going, which I think would be really exciting. So I'll introduce our speakers. We've got, I'm going to do your whole thing again. Some of you will have heard from Luciana. Just to reiterate, no. Researcher on trade and investment issues at the TAC Argentina, America Latina, or Latin America better without free trade agreements, etc. And then we've also got, for the first time here, that's right, your first panel today, Melinda St. Louis, who joins us from the United States of America, Director of Global Trade Watch program at the US advocacy organization Public Citizen, where Melinda provides technical expertise on trade issues and builds coalitions for progressive alternatives to corporate globalization. And she's also previously worked as an executive director of Witness for Peace and policy director at debt justice organization Jubilee USA. So we'll do like a little introduction to investor-state dispute settlements just to refresh your memories. So these are clauses written into trade and investment agreements between countries, and they basically allow a company, a big multinational company or foreign investor in one country to sue the government of another country that's party to the same trade agreement when that government enacts some policy or some regulation that foreign investor perceives is going to affect their profit margins.
And the key thing about these tribunals is they're secretive and private. They take place outside of national legal systems. So they bypass the consideration of, the democratic obligations that states have to their citizens. And they're really narrowly restricted around legal arguments within the frame of investment law. So they inherently privilege investors' rights with kind of no obligation to balance them against public interests or like hugely important climate and environmental issues. And the really egregious thing is that investors can sue for compensation, not just for actual profits they perceive to have lost, but all projected future profits they can liberally calculate that they might have made in a project, and probably a project that's becoming completely obsolete in the context of the climate crisis. So we're seeing cases that run into the billions and basically end up as kind of cash cows, like their own speculative assets within themselves for corporations. So you will have heard, some of you who were in our first session will have heard my colleague James give an update on our recent win here in the UK, where the government agreed to leave something called the Energy Charter Treaty. And so this is a 50-country investment deal that's, well, a bit less than 50 countries now, thankfully, specifically for the energy sector. So this is where we've really seen fossil fuel companies sue governments over the policies they're pursuing to reduce emissions and transition to clean energy. And it was one of the world's most litigated ISDS agreements. And so we consider this quite a big win for people power here. And, with our colleagues in Europe who've had similar wins, defeating this kind of one of fossil fuel companies' secret weapons to block the climate action we need and like pass the cost of transition onto the taxpayer. So this kind of has dealt a bit of a blow to the wider system of corporate courts, as it's one of these really powerful litigated deals. And this is sort of in a context of like a growing trend against like the reputability and legitimacy of ISDS as a whole. So we've seen some countries around the world starting to exit bilateral investment deals which contain them, or refusing ISDS in future deals. And we're going to talk a bit more about where that's happening and how the movements against ISDS have formed and kind of where they're going. So I will shut up and I'll go to maybe let's start with Melinda first. So just very broadly, like I would love to hear an example from another part of the world, or where a part of the world where your organization has worked in solidarity with, where the movement against ISDS has made gains. And I think we'd be really interested to hear kind of the impact that ISDS has had in that particular place, the composition of the movements that have formed against it, and also, since we're all sat here in another part of the world, like the role of international support and alliances in that. So take whatever from that with you will.
Well, it's a real pleasure to be able to be here, and thanks to Global Justice Now and to all of you. It's been really a rich conversation so far, and I've been extremely impressed by how engaged and how knowledgeable you all are, and it's really exciting to get to be here with you. So I'll share a few reflections from the United States context. United States, along with Europe, was really the biggest pusher of investor dispute settlement, or ISDS, in investment agreements and trade agreements. And in fact, the U.S. pushed ISDS in the first free trade agreement, which was in NAFTA, the North America Free Trade Agreement, where it was incorporated into a broad trade agreement, and really, shoved this down the throats of all of our trading partners over the years, at the behest of U.S. multinational corporations. And since that time, campaigners in the US, consumer organizations, labor organizations, environmental organizations, faith organizations, human rights organizations were campaigning against this when it was originally in NAFTA, and lost that battle. And since then started to monitor what the impact of including these clauses in trade agreements was going to be. And it was, as we predicted, absolutely horrendous. And we saw case after case of important environmental, health policies, even labor policies and so forth being challenged and attacked, and cases either being won by corporations or being settled by governments, which was sometimes even more dangerous because the governments actually changed their policies, and the so-called chilling effect, right, of these cases being brought as threats, and then weaker countries having to try to avoid paying the billions or even just the millions in their defense, in the legal defense in these horrendous cases. And so we have been campaigning for a long time because NAFTA is old, 25 years, and found it and really started to build momentum in the United States against this. And it really came to a head during the debate around the Trans-Pacific Partnership, or the TPP, that was that President Obama was pushing at the time in the Asia Pacific region, and then obviously the TTIP, which I think you all are much more familiar with, that was going to be a massive expansion of ISDS for the United States, because previously most of the countries, except for with Canada, we had free trade agreements with countries that our companies were challenging their policies. But this is the first time when European companies would be able to sue the United States, or Japanese companies could sue the United States. So we, use that kind of defensive argument to make the point. This is actually, did you all think about the fact that this will constrain U.S. sovereignty, that this would mean foreign corporations would be privileged over U.S. corporations in our domestic system? And suddenly Republicans and Democrats are like, wait, no, that's a terrible idea. Why would we agree to something like that? And we're able to kind of make the case in the domestic context that this was a very bad idea, especially bypassing national courts. And then at that same time, we received our first really big case against us, which was when the Keystone XL pipeline, which was a pipeline that was going to cut all the way through the United States to bring dirty tar sands from Canada through indigenous lands through the US. There was a major environmental campaign against this. And first, President Obama said that they were canceling the permit. And then the Canadian company that was bringing it said, oh, we're going to launch a case under NAFTA. $15 billion, not what we've invested, but what we project our future profits would be. It's 15 billion with a B. And that was like, wait a second, what? This is crazy. And so that was, again, another kind of mobilization point. So I will say that we managed with, again, very broad coalition of organizations. This was one thing that we could really unite behind, that this is a terrible element of trade agreements, even those who supported trade agreements in general, but were opposed to this, came out against it. And so we now have a situation in the United States that we're very proud of, and we feel like we have a lot of credit as a movement to have pushed, that both parties now have come out basically against ISDS. During actually the Trump administration, crazily enough, they when they renegotiated NAFTA, for very bad reasons, Trump's terrible reasons to be renegotiating NAFTA, Democrats in Congress and others pushed to remove ISDS from NAFTA, and it was very much reduced. So it was removed between the US and Canada. And again, this is here you see the colonial stuff coming again, because it wasn't removed between US and Mexico, but it was reduced significantly. The types of cases that could be brought were more about direct expropriation, and not this like broad, you can, if you change your environmental policy, it can be challenged. So it was much, I think the first time that we really saw a rollback of ISDS in an existing agreement. And that's, I think the Energy Charter Treaty is another great example of how you all have been able to start to roll this back. And then the Biden administration, when they came in, President Biden said that he did not support ISDS in any future trade agreement, which again, Biden was like one of the biggest NAFTA boosters. He was one of the biggest TPP boosters. So he was reading the tea leaves, the political tea leaves. This is no longer politically sustainable to support ISDS. So that's why I think this is, this is a victory of the movement to show that to shift the, to shift the political landscape. So that, and so far has stuck to that in the negotiations that they've had. They have not sought ISDS in any of those negotiations, but we have the legacy of nearly, I think it's 50 that have ISDS in them, and many with Central America, with Colombia, Chile, and there are investment treaties with some African countries and so forth. And companies are just continuing to use it, even though it's no longer politically palatable in the US, because it's this, technocratic thing happening in these arbitration tribunals that are closed. They could just keep on doing it. And one example that's happened recently is that US, you're almost not going to believe me that when I tell you this story, but so there are US crypto libertarians. So these really like billionaires who are investing in crypto, and they have this very extreme libertarian political project. We're looking around the world, where can we, establish a private city where we can do our crypto stuff and not be regulated at all. And so they determined that in post-coup Honduras, in 2011, that this was a place. They actually came to the island of Roatan and had a conference and were like, this is our chance. Let's talk to the military government in Honduras and see what we can do. And because they've been looking all over the world. And so they actually, with Juan Orlando Hernandez, who is currently, he was the president of the National Assembly, then became the president. And he is now been convicted of drug trafficking and arms trafficking and sitting in jail in the United States. I mean, this is the character they were working with. They managed to change the constitution of Honduras so that they could create a new law that would create new special economic zones that were basically free trade zones, but completely on steroids, because Honduran law would not apply within the zones. So that meant that they could have their own judicial system, their own monetary system, their own tax system, their own regulation system, their own labor laws. And that actually Honduran police couldn't even enter without permission. And so they established these zones, crazy. And to be honest, no one in the United States paid any attention to that, including Public Citizen. It was happening in Honduras. Who knew? There were a few human rights organizations saying, whoa, whoa, whoa. But in Honduras, it was huge. And they had a massive campaign against it. And this was part of when they were campaigning to oust the, return to democracy in Honduras. They managed, when Xiomara Castro, the new president, was elected, she was elected on a platform of, I'm repealing this terrible law, and we will regain our sovereignty in these zones. And she won with a landslide, and the National Assembly quickly, unanimously approved to change the law, which was a huge movement victory in Honduras after nearly a decade of military rule. And so that should be the end of the story. Hooray, our partners in Honduras managed to do that. But in the Central America Free Trade Agreement, there is the ISDS clause. And so these crypto bros have now launched an ISDS case against Honduras. They don't even have a paved road in this place. They've built buildings. They're just doing crazy stuff. You can be an e-resident, and then you can set up a letterbox company and you don't have to pay tax. It's just, they're not doing anything for real except trying to extract money from people. And yet they're suing Honduras for $11 billion. That is 2/3 of Honduras's national budget. And it should be laughed out. It doesn't make any sense. And yet this case is actually registered at the World Bank Arbitration Center. And they refused. They were like, what is this? We're not going to port an arbitrator for this. An arbitrator was appointed for them. The president was appointed for them by the World Bank. And now this case is going to go forward. And so there's been, I mean, it's totally insane. I could tell you details that you wouldn't even believe, but we have, including that some of these people are going there to inject themselves with experimental gene therapies outside of federal enforcement because they don't have regulation in this place. It's amazing. And so this is the face of ISDS now. You know, this is like a picture, you know, the poster child of what ISDS is. So we have but the Honduran government has been completely blindsided. They now are facing, they have to figure out how to defend themselves. They have to figure out how, and this is only one case. There are 10 cases against them in 1 year. And this is, you know, while they have so many things that they have to be dealing with to try to regain the rule of law and support humanitarian issues, they are now having to divert resources to this insanity. So we've been working in solidarity with both the movements in Honduras and the government, and they recently, bravely, as a small Central American country, denounced the World Bank's arbitration center, which means that in 6 months they will have withdrawn from the convention. And that is a number of countries have done that in the past: Bolivia, Ecuador, and others. Though Ecuador re-entered, right? But this doesn't solve their problem, because the cases that were already filed are ongoing, and the treaty still exists, so they can bring cases to other venues, not just the World Bank, even though that's kind of the main one. But it's an important political message. We've been really mobilizing to show support for that through third-party validators, important economists saying that this is a wise process, law and economics professors, and we've been using this to really push the Biden administration to say, it's well and good that you're not seeking this in future agreements, but you have got to address this legacy, and you got to remove this from the existing agreement. So we have members of Congress, more than 50 have signed 60 or 70 have signed letters to Biden, saying, including Senator Warren and others, leaders, to remove ISDS from existing agreements. 300 legal and economic professors signed a letter, 200 organizations. And recently we had another exciting development, which was that in a hearing, the U.S. Trade Representative was before the Senate, and one of our Senate allies, Senator Whitehouse, which is not the White House, it's his name, he asked, he said ISDS was noxious, it was evil, and he said, what are we doing to remove it from our existing agreements? And she said, we are actively looking into this question. So, which was the first time we had them, you know, and he said, and isn't it true that the US is the one that pushed this to all these countries? And she said, yeah, you're absolutely correct. So which was an important thing to get them on the record, and to and so we are pushing for, there are currently conversations happening at the hemispheric level, and we are urging them to have a working group to work with the trading partners to try to see how they can remove ISDS from existing agreements, and to support governments like Ecuador and Honduras that are fighting cases, and to intervene on behalf of these governments in the cases. So those are a few things, that kind of developments that we're working on. Happy to answer any questions.
Thanks so much, Melinda. I think that's a really important, like, with this system, I guess we're always having to recognize that it's always at two poles, and it really draws together like movements in, you know, both countries affected by it, and the role of like international solidarity there, and also a reminder that, you know, I think there's sometimes a tendency in the UK to always be like, as bad as our politics gets, at least it's not the US, and then we're seeing things like how much further ahead the US administration is on denouncing ISDS than even we have in the UK, even with the UK Labour Party has not gone as far to say no new ISDS in future. rallying to us here to keep up. So yeah, I'll turn to Luciana to talk a bit about your experience in Latin America and maybe Ecuador.
Hello, everybody. It's me again. Hope you missed me because you have to listen to me again. Yeah. If you were my students at uni, I would make you all stand up, stretch. Please stretch. We need more oxygen for our brains. Me too, especially this. I'm a bit jet lagged. Sorry, still I'm like so sleepy at this point of the afternoon. So we're glad to complement what Melinda was saying. We have been struggling this system like for 30 years of NAFTA, maybe 30 years of NAFTA, 30 years of bilateral investment treaties. But what's interesting is that when countries in the global south signed these bilateral investment treaties, when they started accepting, Fadel talked before about the debt crisis, and Argentina, for example, signed most of the investment treaties between 1991 and 1994, and that is, especially in 1991 and 1992, it was the Minister of Economy that was traveling around Europe trying to get money because the IMF wouldn't lend Argentina. Oh, what a piece of news I'm giving you. We'll always have problems with debt, but so they were looking for private financing. And the minister came in 1991, came with a book of it's like 3 or 4 bilateral investment treaties ready to sign. One with Germany, for example, that was like the first day. Canada, Germany, and Italy are the first treaties Argentina signed. Nobody really understood what they were getting into. Actually, there are many researchers that have been asking that to negotiators, right? Like large polls, and they started saying, why did you sign this? Did you know what would happen? And some negotiators honestly said, no, we didn't know. I have a friend that is in attack in Argentina. She worked with a deputy, a representative in Congress from the Communist Party in 1996, 1997. And it was a moment when Argentina kept on signing. And, when you sign an agreement, then it passes through the Congress. And she was the advisor of this representative. So she was a lawyer. So it got to her and she started reading, and it was like, what's this? I mean, what's this treaty? And the representative said, tell me what I have to do with this. I don't know. And she said, I don't really know what this means, but this sounds awful. Let's find out. And so this is for you to understand how, well, she voted no, actually, but everybody, all the others voted yes, and all this treaty passed. And there are some of our countries that have 50, 60 bilateral investment treaties. Argentina has like 50 ongoing. Germany signed 140 treaties. So this means that 2/3 of the world, 2/3 of the countries of the world, approximately 200 countries we are, protect German investments on their territory. That's what it means. So this is how the system was built. The system was built on, I don't know what this is, let's just pass it. But they say that it will bring investment. We know now it brought no investment. There is no direct relationship between signing the agreement and the arrival of investment. We know that many economics have shown that with econometrics and formulas that they prepare to show that it's not dependent on the fact that you have an agreement. Anyway, our countries entered in the system. And what's the consequences? What have been the consequences of the system? For Latin American countries have received, so out of the 1,200s that cases, we have all 300 American countries. In which sectors? Mostly services and extractive industries. So oil, gas, and mining companies. Extractivism in Latin America. It's not manufacturing companies that come. Prospera case, the case that I was talking about, is like very strange case. It's different. Actually, it's like everybody's like thrilled with that case. It's like, whoa, what? The crypto liberals, yes, I like the idea of crypto liberals. It's a strange case. It's not like the generality. The generality is mining companies, British companies, some Canadian companies, US companies, European services companies that have been suing these countries in the global south. Why? Well, how did we get here? We got here because you signed the agreement. The agreement in the 90s starts going on, but then what happens? Life happens, crisis happens. So crisis, economical crisis, economic crisis, social crises, like in Argentina, 2001. So what happens? Well, states have to react to crisis because they have to keep legitimacy inside the territory. So something they have to do, they will do to stop the crisis. And then is when they take different kind of measures that, oh, do you remember that we had a treaty signed? Well, we have to deal with this now. So this is what has been going on. Many of the mining projects and the oil projects, investments in Latin America found themselves being contested by indigenous movements, environmental movements, human rights movements, even trade unions in Latin American countries. So what we ended up seeing is, of course, states had to react to that. And when they take a measure, they change the conditions that the corporations had, and then the claim arrives. And now you have to deal with the claim. The case that Claudia was talking to me about, this case of Ecuador. Ecuador is probably one of the, well, for me, it's one of the most interesting cases to see. It's interesting because Ecuador is it's a very small country. It's in the mountains, but it also has it's not only in the mountains, it also has this beautiful coast, but it's also part of the Amazon. So it has a part in that part of the Amazon has a lot of oil. And Ecuador is an exporter of oil, like Colombia, for example. Most of the exports are oil based. So what happened is when Rafael Correa, the progressive president that arrived to the presidency in 2007, when he got to power, he wanted to change, he and the movement, I mean, it's not he's like, he arrived there because of multiple crises in Ecuador that actually were pushed also by the CONAIE, which is the movement of indigenous people, and the peasants of the country, which is a very powerful movement. And so Correa arrived with the power, he had the power enough on his shoulders to try to change things. He even pushed for the change of the constitution. So maybe you know, but Ecuadorian constitution is one of the most progressive constitutions in the world. It's very long, it's like a book. If you look at, Argentinian constitution is a booklet, but Ecuadorian constitution is a book. It has the most advanced, I'm not a lawyer, but people say it's most advanced constitution in the world regarding human rights and nature's rights. Well, that led to Correa, for example, he started asking the oil companies, especially US, well, but French companies too, oil companies that were extracting oil to pay more taxes. Oh, revolutionary, huh? Almost communist. Yeah, almost communist. Pay more taxes. Oh my God. Well, but you know that this is something that led to many of the claims against the country by these oil companies. This was a huge fact, something that happened that changed many things. But also you have the Chevron case. Maybe you heard about the Chevron case is one of the biggest cases also, which implies one of the most beautiful things about ISDS, which is communities against, like it's like Goliath and David. So it's like communities against the big corporation. It was Texaco at that time. The communities claimed against Texaco. They presented they sued Texaco in national courts. Why? Because of the contamination. The contamination is the contamination in the Amazonia, right? In the part of the Amazonia, the Equatorial Amazonia. What happened after that? They won the case because the contamination is still there. You can still go and touch on the ground and see how your hand ends up. It's completely black with oil. It has never been cleaned. So the communities won the case, but Texaco, and then it was bought by Chevron, never recognized that case because they said that the case was corrupt. The judges were obviously biased for the state, and they would never recognize that case that actually the communities want. What did Chevron do? After buying Texaco, they went to the International Court of Arbitration, not the ICSID actually, but it's the arbitration court, and they put a claim against. Actually, they put 3 claims against Ecuador. One is ongoing, and one of those claims is actually if Ecuador had to pay, it would be 1/3 of the GDP. I mean, of the gains of the state for Ecuador, which is crazy. No, so this case is crazy. But and the last point to this, for you to see why it's interesting to bring up Ecuador and something that happened recently, so we have to bring it up, is that what happened recently is that as the constitution had been changed 2008, the constitution, what they managed to bring there is Article 42 that says that Ecuador is not allowed, is prohibited to sign bilateral investment treaties or treaties that have ICSID, that have ISDS, okay, that have arbitration. So arbitration in the constitution is forbidden. So what happens? Well, once Correa stopped being the president, the next presidents wanted to challenge that. They have tried like missiles against that article, trying to using all the lawyers possible to try to find the way to change. No, but it means no, you cannot, because it says directly that. But they have been trying to misinterpret it or to interpret it in another way. You know how lawyers are. I'm sorry if there are lawyers here. They have a natural ability to reinterpret things. Luckily, some play for us again, but most of them don't. They earn a lot of money. So what happened is that the last attempt to overthrow Article 42 was this year when President Noboa, who is now still in charge, he called for a referendum in Ecuador that took place April 21st, only 1 month ago, where one of the out of 10 points that they were asking, especially related to security issues and the security forces acting with police inside the country, they put a question there. Would you agree that Ecuador signs agreements with, would you agree that to change the constitution in order for Ecuador to be able to sign agreements with arbitration? So the social movements were, oh my God, where are we going to, we have to do something. So the campaign started, and there was natural solidarity regarding this case because everybody knows of the campaigners, know of Ecuadorian case, and it all started. All the movements inside Ecuador started working. People have knowledge. They have been living the Chevron case. They know. They protect the lands. They are against mining. There was a referendum last year also regarding mining. People said no to mining in an area that is protected in Cuenca. So what happened with this referendum? Even though everybody was really worried that we were going to lose, and if we lost, that would mean that Article 422 was gone for good, which is actually like the last article standing in a constitution in Latin America regarding this topic. But the people of Ecuador voted against arbitration. This was 65% of the population voted against arbitration. This was huge. It was a success because we were able to keep the article in the constitution, and this is a huge success for all the movement that fight against ISDS internationally, right? Because the Ecuador is still an example to follow, and the idea would be, and I finish with this, the idea would be to push for more countries to add this kind of regulations saying no to arbitration, or at least to start challenging the existing treaties that we have in all the other countries, right? Yeah.
Thank you. Thanks so much. And yeah, I think so. That was literally like basically a month ago, or just over a month ago. So these things are really live. Like we've just managed to, push the UK after 3 years of nagging to exit the Energy Charter Treaty. These things are really live in the US. Your campaign currently, and these really brave positions that countries in Latin America are taking, which go against all the kind of global rhetoric of mythologizing about how, you know, how dangerous it's going to be for them. You're going to lose foreign direct investment when, you know, I'm sure all of you here will know that there's, you know, there's no evidence of actually that correlation. Important. But I also think it's just to reflect where we're at. Like we've got, you know, ISDS lawyers, the bad ones, the bad lawyers, saying in a speech recently at an event, we're losing the battle of legitimacy. Like we're losing the battle of public opinion. Like they're scared of like the world. Like, you know, we're getting somewhere. But we've also got to kind of look at the like political economy of why we're winning. And like there's something we've been reflecting on obviously here in the UK and in Europe of, you know, these countries, the UK and countries in the European Union only started listening to us because, you know, it's kind of like Melinda was saying, it's like they realized that this system that had basically been set up to continue like the, you know, economic imperialism of the colonial era, just, you know, through a legal framework rather through brute military force. They're realizing that like, oh, this is coming back to bite us in the bum, to be frank about it. And so there's kind of realpolitik there that we were having to work with and manipulate about, you know, this just is going to hit you when you have to do your mandated emissions reduction legislation. You could employ, you know, particular arguments around sovereignty that work with some politicians here, and I'm sure in the US as well. But, you know, this can't be complacent on this issue because something that I think really links to the first session we were talking about is, you know, if we're looking at a transition that is getting underway in a really kind of corporate-led way, corporations are being allowed to lead the energy transition. We're going to see the same, you know, mining companies, and we are seeing the same mining companies who, you know, have been weaponizing ISDS to, you know, continue their dirty, like obsolete projects are starting to do the same around the critical mineral mining they're, you know, exploring, which, you know, has the same amount of, in lots of cases, devastation and community resistance, and, you know, to try and penalize global South countries who are trying to, as sort of Rafi was talking about earlier, trying to get more local governance and benefits from that kind of mining. So I think what I wanted to, and we're slightly running out of time, but what I'd like to turn to you with the second question is like, where do you see from this moment going forward where the movement for against ISDS is going, and especially for all of us sitting here, the role we play in the global north in the next chapter of this movement against ISDS, because we're sitting on some really, really important wins, but I think this is just when it starts to get tricky. So yeah, it's a very hard, I don't know the answer. So make you do it.
I go first.
Go ahead.
Oof, well, no, it's okay. I liked what you say, that they are scared.
Yeah.
You're very positive. Yeah, no, I'm sure they are. No, I'm sure they are. I mean, I'm sure they are lost, right? I think they are lost. But the thing is, they created a system. It was pushed by the US, but it was pushed by the European countries. I mean, the UK, I don't know, maybe Claudia, we could check it in 5 seconds. But the UK must have 100 bilateral investment treaties.
96.
How many?
96.
I was thinking I was close. I was close. You know the number. Smart girl. So 96 bilateral investment treaties. So again, what does this mean? It means 96 countries in the world, not the US and not Germany or not Japan. I mean, in the global south, these countries that protect investment from the UK in their countries, no matter what. So this is the rules we have. These are the problems with the rules. So the problem is ISDS, but the problems are the rules of the treaties. We can we could go to the World Bank and end up closing ICSID. I mean, the investment, the institution for arbitration of the World Bank that receives the biggest amount of claims. We could end that. We could win actually that, but that changed nothing. Honduras left CRE, left ICSID, and that is we said, okay. And so what? What about all the rules that you have? The problems are the rules. The problem is that that device, that the legal device that has been created to protect corporations all over the world. So the thing is, if they are afraid, is because they are seeing that many of the projects that they had out there have fallen down, but the rest of the treaties remain. So I think that if we have to go somewhere, is like we have to choose the most sounding, the most scandalous treaties cases, countries that need to be pushed to keep showing that the system is a failure. And it was a myth. It was a myth that if you join the system, then you will receive the investment. That was a myth that we relied on that, but this is not true. We have to show this is not true. And there is something, I'm not going to talk about the global movement. This is something for you. This is something that you will have to push. You will have to push because you have more power here than I have in Argentina. Well, more with relate presidents. I mean, come on. My God. But you have the power here. I mean, there are people that are mobilizing, that are doing a lot of things, campaigning in order to show how the system works, show how painful this is for the societies in the global south. Then it's your turn now here in the UK to push to end these 96 treaties, because that would be something.
Yeah.
Exit ECT, but also end the 96 bilateral investment treaties. That's what I will say. I will come back next year.
Yes.
And I will see if you did your homework.
I don't know how I can follow that, but I want to agree that I think the campaigns that we have won, I think in the US and in the UK, exiting the ECT, getting ISDS out between US and Canada, that was very self-interested by our governments. Now it's our responsibility to say, we exited this because we were worried about what it would do for us. But that's where our solidarity piece comes in, right? Because our companies are doing it to developing countries. And so that's a harder argument to make to the conservatives and to the Republicans, right? But we have to make those arguments, and we need to and I actually have had conversations, because again, we have a position now, the US is not seeking it even with developing countries. Like, they're not putting it in trade agreements, which we think is a great step forward. But we're saying, but what about all of these existing agreements? And they said, well, our trading partners aren't asking to remove it. It's like, well, why on earth would they? We shoved it down their throats. And they need to be friends with the US. They don't want to be the ones to say, and so it's our responsibility from the North, the ones who pushed it, to come back and say, we know that this was a mistake. This is an artifact of the past, if they want to save face. And this is not, now we have the green transition, and we know we can't allow fossil fuel companies to challenge every time we are trying to phase them out. They will be able to get billions in compensation. It will totally hamstring the ability of governments to do the green transition. And with the critical minerals, same. I mean, part of what has happened in Latin America with a lot of these mining cases is that, the indigenous communities where the land is on, they mobilize, they block the roads. They've been, mowed over, and they've created a huge political conflict, and the governments have had to respond and said, okay, you're right, this was a terrible concession, we should never have done it. Well, that's going to happen with lithium, that's going to happen with cobalt. I mean, I'm sure it is. If the governments start opening up concessions, there's going to be huge conflicts, and then they're going to have to respond, and then they're going to have to pay billions. It's going to be, if we allow this to continue. So I think we need to increase the urgency of it, and I think putting it in the context of this energy transition that everyone is bought into, this has got to go. The IFCC climate report said ISDS was one of the big obstacles to climate action. This is now, the UN rapporteur on human rights has said this is a big obstacle. This is now a mainstream position, and it's our responsibility in the North to say, this is it. We've got, and so I think maybe the solidarity angle is harder for some of the, in some of our contexts, But I think the climate angle is, and I know that that was, part of what you pushed with the ECT, but I think now we need to move beyond the self-interest and say, this is solidarity. This is, well, it's also in our self-interest to ensure that the entire globe can do this energy transition, and we won't be able to if this continues. So,
Thank you. I think a round of applause for our speakers. Thank you. And we do have, lots of time for a round of questions, and then you guys can do your closing remarks in response. So my colleagues have a microphone. Can't see. Oh wow. Yeah. Good. Maybe the person in red over here to start.
He doesn't have 3 questions, just comments.
Yeah.
How much of a decline has there been in the ISDNs? And also, I'm hoping that there has been. And also, is there any way of getting information out there on mainstream news, like on TV about it? Because I haven't heard about it.
That's for you.
Yeah, let's do the person behind in green, and then we'll come around this side.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, we did speak about ISDS, but in this country we've got these special economic zones, and there's a lot of debate about these zones because they can do whatever they like with these within these areas. So how can we fight this out? Thank you.
Yeah, maybe the gentleman at the front here in blue.
Thank you. First of all, thank you for both our speakers. All your country examples ought to be in our briefings because it's actual fact on the ground that convinces people that aren't aware of this to start listening. As long as we make it sound as if it's a wonderful world that we're dreaming about, then they'll say, okay, dream on. But if we can say, this is already happening, this has already been achieved, then that's what we need in our briefings, please.
Yes.
But
On my list.
my question is, going back to our success against the ECT, how much of that was, what were the reasons that, particularly the northern countries that have exited ECT, what was the reason they gave for exiting it? Was it because it was interfering with climate action? Or was it just because we were pressurizing them politically and they knew that they could let ECT go because they still had ISDS in all the other treaties? I think that our campaign success was a brilliant way of demonstrating success in campaigning, as you said today. But my question is, what are we up against? And what are the arguments that we can use in the north to use the power that you've asked us to use? Thank you.
You have like 460 per year.
Yeah.
Here, one day.
Okay, we've got. Yeah. Okay, let's take one more, and then maybe we can do another round after. Okay, let's keep going. Okay, the person behind it. Yeah, we can just pass it.
Yeah.
Thank you for the information. I have no knowledge of this until today, so I'm asking from an ignorant perspective. Okay, let me just get a minute. Are there any expiry dates for the bilateral trade agreements? I.e., if you signed it, how long does it last for? And moving forward to this gentleman's question, to the previous question about, the how are these trade agreements now? How are they meet? Are they in line with the SDGs targets in terms of SDG 17, which is climate action? So yeah.
I can
Yeah, sorry. Yeah, maybe the gentleman behind. Sorry, should have just throw it behind you when you're done.
Thanks. With regard, I really think the guy down the front here asking that question has an absolute point. Because as far as I can see, and I have thought about this a bit with regard to ISDS in the UK, it's kind of like pushing it at an open door, really. Number one, most of the European countries had already exited. Number two, Tory government sitting on a fence tried to find a renegotiated version forever, but which was never going to stick. And then, of course, they run out of road and they run out of steam and they run out of the will to live. And they are forced to declare an election. So I wouldn't overstress the fact that this is a victory as such. The test will come. They have introduced a whole load of restrictions on democratic rights, the right to protest, abilities to vote, all of the things. There's an article by Professor Prensika yesterday. I saw it in Left Foot Forward. I think it was also perhaps in The Guardian. But it's really worth reading how much the system has been rigged. And when we, there is still no decision about the coal mine in Cumbria. Yeah. There's also a plan to drill for oil, gold, I don't know what, in the Surrey Hills area of outstanding natural beauty. Also a wonderful area for mountain biking, I might add. So I have a personal, a problem with this. That's nothing that has, these are all going forward, and our ability to resist them is being constrained. That's where the fight is going to be for us.
Okay. Oh, yes. Lisa. You should have just kept it. Oh, no, the person who just handed. Yeah. Sorry.
It's fine. Could I just ask, are there financial instruments arising out of ISDS cases, and is there a secondary market in those financial instruments?
Yeah, and then one at the back. Yeah. Amazing.
I just wanted to ask if you could fill us in on the position of the two main parties in this country, what their position is on all this, because obviously if we're campaigning, we need to know precisely what their position is at the moment and what's realistic to get them to change to. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Great. Yes, what I'll do is, shall I do the fiddly UK ones? And then I'll leave you for browsing and speeches. Yeah, so the Conservative Party is very ideologically committed to ISDS. And without any real logic behind it, I think it's quite a kind of sort of business-friendly dogma that they haven't given much scrutiny of, even when it's kind of illogical and against their own interests. And you're completely right. The reasons we won on the Energy Charter Treaty in the UK is because we convinced civil servants within the Department for Energy Security and Net Zero that the financial risk of cases in future just didn't outweigh the perceived benefits. The Labour Party, we never actually got to come out against the ECT before the Conservatives decided that they were going to take the UK out. So that really says something. And the Labour Party has a position against ISDS where it has a negative impact on environmental action and some other fluff, but environmental and health policy. So that's a slightly vague position. They don't have a kind of in the way that the Biden administration has promised of no ISDS in future agreements. And so this is in terms of our ISDS campaigning, where we take, that's the next ask, right, is to have that kind of blanket none in the future. And then maybe a bit more of an open door to push against that with a future incoming government. And yeah, let me look back in free ports. We don't campaign against free ports as a specific issue that Global Justice Now works on, but I think you're really right to raise it as an issue of corporate power that's like really emergent in the UK and obviously very relevant to what we've spoken about here today. It's a sort of probably not anywhere near as nefarious as what we're seeing in Honduras, but another real example of that, of kind of corporate havens that are completely governed by their own laws. And I think we're already seeing how that ISDS cases affect this kind of broad swathe of policy making, and some of the most urgent that we've got our governments to act on is where it impacts climate policy. But this has been affecting, all sorts of things across the policy making spectrum, and really to the core of government's ability to define their own economic future. And in the case of Honduras, was the center of these huge mobilizations against basically a military dictator. So this obscure technocratic mechanism is actually, this kind of can be a shadowy key thing behind these really important movements around the world. What am I missing? UK stuff. Yeah. So what arguments do we make in the North? I think this is what we're really coming to try and grapple with at the end of the panel. There is how do we I think that we have organizations like Global Justice Now in the radical corner of some of the movements in the UK really have that role of the political education around ISDS, and it's something that lots of you here as part of our movement do, of getting this quite obscure issue understood. And I didn't introduce myself. I'm Claudia. I'm the policy and campaigns manager for the trade campaign at Global Justice Now, and part of my work is working on that political advocacy side, which has, all that aspects of trying to find that argumentation that works with people who are very much not of our political stripes. But there's a whole bulwark behind that of raising awareness of this issue more broadly in, and the role that Global Justice Now plays, I think, is trying to demystify some of the obscure economic rules that are actually upholding the global architecture of capitalism. And that's something that lots of you in our local groups play a huge role in. And we're going to be, as Melinda was talking about, trying to elaborate how do we talk about ISDS in this new context of the energy transition, and how do we develop different kinds of argumentation that work with, not just our allies and not just the role we play in solidarity. But part of that is going to be really important because there are movements I was lucky enough to go to Colombia with Luciana last year to provide support for Colombian movements who are demanding that their government renegotiate all those treaties with ISDS. One of those is the UK-Colombia bilateral investment treaty, and the UK does not doesn't even notice that it's got a treaty with Colombia that's coming up for renewal this year, and that contains ISDS. And what we need to do is amplify when the call is coming from those other countries and raise it with our governments. And so we have that two-pronged approach to support movements elsewhere. That was a very rambling answer to a very important question, but I have to talk about it afterwards. And I should really turn to my colleagues here. So we've got a couple of minutes each for you to come back on some of those questions and to close.
You have like 8. The ones I don't take, you answer. That's right. No, it's okay. I was thinking about the UK and start with that also, but I think it's a very uncomfortable place where the UK is after Brexit, because we have seen the UK officers run like crazy people getting away from a fire, trying to get trade agreements to replace the ones that they had through the EU. And so now you are a Pacific Rim country. Congratulations. You know that, right? Somehow you have access to the Pacific Ocean. It's great. I mean, wow. What trade issues can do, because you're part of the Pacific Partnership. I mean, the Trans-Pacific Partnership, which is countries that are in the Pacific and the UK, plus the UK. So that gives you actually ISDS with many other countries in the Pacific Rim. I mean, this has been crazy. We have seen some of these negotiators, right? They're like crazy, saying, we need all the agreements we can get. And this is actually very dangerous, because in that rush, you get whatever you can. I mean, it's like give me everything that I can put in my pockets and I'll take. And that is something that you should push on that, because it's true. After the Brexit, the UK was left like alone on its own, like a new country, as if it were a new country for globalization issues. It's like new, and you have to start from zero, from scratch. So that is an uncomfortable position. Anyway, I think that we should have we in Global Justice Now, we should have maybe we could help there. I mean, like a report to show all the people that which are these 96 treaties? What have the corporations, how have the British corporations been using that? Where are the cases where, I don't know, we know that British officers in the past have pressed, have done pressure on other governments. I mean, there is information on that. We can compile that and put that all together to show these cases when people ask how to get involved with this. So, well, yeah. And the ECT, somebody asked about the ECT, also something that Claudia maybe didn't mention, or for you to be certain. The ECT is mainly an agreement between developed countries. That's what's interesting. They got out, all the European countries got out because it was a backlash against them. So that's the thing. The thing is that it's not Argentina suing the UK. It was German corporations, Spanish corporations, Japanese corporations, US corporations. It's like the corporations that are able to use this are the ones that are in the north, actually. So this is something. No, US is not part of this. Sorry. So this is something that it's a backlash of Europeans against Europeans. That's why it's been so interesting. And then I want to take the one of the BEAT's expiry dates and the relations with the SDGs. The bilateral investment treaties are amazing. They are, I think, they're a piece of art of capital law. They are. Many years ago, somebody in the movements created this idea that a bilateral investment treaty you can kill, but then it comes back to life as a zombie, because it includes a zombie clause, which is a sunset clause. What is this? This is a clause that has been especially added to these treaties that says that even if a country says, I don't want to have this agreement anymore, then you can kill the agreement, but the agreement, then the sunset clause suddenly comes up and says, oh, do you remember this treaty that you said you don't want anymore? Well, this clause, hello, I'm here. The last clause almost of the treaty says, once this treaty is terminated, then the protection will remain for 10, 15, or 20 more years. Now it's beautiful. It's as if you get a divorce. Now I use this example, it's beautiful. You get a divorce. Now you say, let's divorce. No, but your marriage will go on for 20 years. What the? I mean, come on, now. I can't stand this person anymore. 20 more years, come on. But it's the same. I mean, states have to still protect investment. I mean, the investors are capable of going to arbitration for 10, 15, or the ECT included 20 years. So this is the expiry date. Not, it's beautiful. It's a piece of art, I told you. And then the relationship with SDGs. When we talk about bilateral investment treaties, the real name of these treaties is treaties that for the protection and promotion of investment. Protection and promotion of investment. Did I say protection and promotion of human rights, environment, or investment, or feminine women, or something, the ants? I don't know. It's protection and promotion of investments. So we're not talking about SDGs. These don't care about this. These treaties don't care about SDGs. That's why lawyers say there is a fragmentation of the legal international legal system, because on the one hand there goes the human rights, which have become, the human rights framework has become soft law. So you have to struggle to keep that going on, to actually say, I don't know, the access to a rooftop is being violated in this country. So that is really hard to get it moving on there, to use the rights. And then on the other hand, you have investors' rights, which are direct rights. The investor sees that one of his rights is being violated, that he has the direct capacity to put a letter out there to the government and say, I have a problem with this. You have 6 months to negotiate, or I will put the claim in ICSID or in any arbitration institution around the world. So this is how the system works. SDGs, they are soft law, and this is hard law. They have the direct, immediate access to law, international arbitration law, instead of national courts. So they can jump national courts and go directly to arbitration. Okay, that's how it works. Beautiful.
Um, Yes, I would just add, in terms of it, it's still worth knowing when the expiry dates are, because if you don't, for the investment treaties, many of them do have expiry dates. If you miss the expiry date, it just automatically renews, and so then you can't terminate it. But then there are international lawyers who are thinking about kind of how you actually exit, and there would be a way for both parties to negotiate to eliminate the sunset clause so that it wouldn't go forward. So it requires kind of another level of political will that's technocratic, but it's really consequential. So like if you are asking for it, it is possible to do. And so that would have to be kind of part of it. And in free trade agreements do not expire. And so there isn't an expiry date if it's an investment chapter of a free trade agreement. So all the parties would have to agree to amend the agreement to take it out, or you could withdraw from the free trade agreement, but then you would lose the commercial benefits. And so that's how they really lock countries in free trade agreements to this. So on the question about secondary markets, one point about what we're seeing more and more on investment arbitration is what they call third party funding. So this is actually venture capital who are actually investing in the cases themselves. So like the company that actually suffered the violation just basically sells the case to a third party, or a third party funder says, we'll bring your case for you, and then we'll get the compensation. So it's a whole new business of that. So there are multiple levels of making lots of money. I mean, there's the arbitration community, so they're the lawyers that bring the cases. They're the arbitrators who often go between being arbitrators and being lawyers for claimants. So they have this huge incentive to keep making decisions in support, in favor of the companies. So yeah, there's all kinds of money in the in the system. Unfortunately, I think I'm pretty sure that ISDS cases themselves, for a while they were going up and up and up every year. I think maybe they've kind of stabilized in terms of the number each year, but they're not really going down. And the reason is because there's so many damn treaties out there that they can continue to use. So even though we have managed to shift, in the US, the position away from it, the legacy, that's why it's so important for us to work to remove it from existing agreements. And then it kind of on the arguments and also the question around mainstream news, I think the thing our big challenge with ISDS is that it sounds so niche and so wonky, and we have this annoying acronym that nobody knows what it is, and we say corporate courts, and that's not exactly what it is either. And so we have I think we've continued to have a messaging problem. But when we actually can explain to people what it is, everyone thinks it makes no sense. Like, I mean, I feel like across the board, it's actually not very hard to convince anybody, like on the right and the left, that this is, our biggest challenge is to like let them understand what it is and for them to believe us. Where it's like, well, that can't be real. That doesn't make any sense, And so I think you have to explain it over and over and over and tell people again and again because it doesn't make sense, and so it doesn't stick, I think, is part of the problem. And so I think elevating the cases in terms of mainstream media, I think we've been really pushing, some of these egregious cases. I mean, this crazy crypto case is a gift to us in some ways because it's so outrageous that we can, talk about it in its concrete form. But I mean, these, the extractive, the mining cases, they're extreme examples of human rights abuses that can be brought forward and that are very concrete. And so we pitch that. We're trying to pitch that to various mainstream sources. It's not super easy because I think trade reporters don't really exist anymore. I mean, the beats are, but I think, making the links to climate, making the links to human rights, indigenous rights, there are really compelling stories to be told, and for us to kind of elevate it in that way, I think is the thing that's the most that will make the biggest impact. And we are happy to, if you have contacts and if investigative journalists, I mean, these are some really exciting things for an investigative journalist to dig into, to be able to kind of pull the threads on some of these really crazy cases. In Peru, we're going to see a slew of cases around after the COVID pandemic. What toll booths operators in Peru were, they closed down the tolls because everyone was staying home. It was a privatized road, and they said, you have to either reopen this or you're going to have to compensate us for the fact that we're not getting tolls collected during the COVID pandemic. And that's happening, like those cases are going forward. So crazy things that you can't, and I think these are examples that, and then I think also pointing to just the momentum and the success that we're having, and really pointing it out for what it is. And I would, I kind of conclude with, I think in the US Chamber of Commerce, and they fight everything tooth and nail, they've kind of given up on this. Like they're not even trying, because they don't have good arguments for it. The only reason it was put in there is that it was just snuck in as a gimme. Like there's no good economic argument for it. And so I think they've kind of realized, well, they'll bring it up whenever they have a chance again, but they know that it's just like politically it doesn't even make sense. So they're not even fighting for it in the way they're fighting for other things. And so, which I think is really telling about this particular, and how we really can win.
Yeah, I in that vein, because I'm dining out on this quote and I'd like to read it out as many opportunities as possible. This is one of the bad arbitrators, and we'll end on this, who said that they're losing the battle of legitimacy, and this is due to the high level of coordination between a fast evolving constellation of interconnected organizations whose number and determination and enormous capacity to organize means governments can no longer ignore their message.
Guys, I mean, it's just one guy. Thank you, everyone, and thank you so much for your really engaged and rigorous questions as well that way. And you have a break, which we've slightly eaten into because we started a little bit late, but we'll be back here for the closing plenary at roughly 4:45. So it'd be great to see lots of you there. So thank you.
Thank you. It was great.
Okay, fine. Hello, testing, great. Hi, everyone. Well done, you've made it to the end. It's been a long day. I hope that there is still some space in all of your heads because we've got one more final incredible session. This final session will focus on how we stop living at the expense of others. Our global imperial mode of living is. We've explored the ways most of us here in the global north have been locked into living a way of life which depends upon ecological destruction and exploitation elsewhere, and how these harms have been rendered invisible. And we've also talked about what's resulting in multiple intersecting crises of climate collapse, food insecurity, and rapidly rising inequality. Across our various sessions today, we've heard a wide range of international perspectives. We've heard how wealthy countries race to secure critical minerals needed for the green transition is locking global South countries into neo-colonial trade relations of exploitation and extractivism. We've heard about the latest frontiers, the global fight against ISDS, the corporate court system, which allows corporations to sue governments. And we've heard about the role that monopoly capitalism plays in our food system, with corporations driving environmental destruction and exploitation. And we've also begun to discuss some alternatives to the imperial mode of living, what Ulrich Brand would call a solidary mode of living, and how we might get there. From a much needed fossil fuel treaty that would provide a global exit plan from the fossil fuel era, to the systems of agroecology and food sovereignty being fought for by peasants' movements around the world. In this last session, we're going to go a lot further into that. Today has been about understanding how the global economy has changed in recent decades and identifying how we respond. But we want this day to end on a note of hope. So we're going to draw out some of the opportunities and proposals for change, which are going to help us shift power away from corporations and the mega rich and towards communities in the front lines of struggle. How do we move towards a global economic system that values the lives of the majority and ensures a just and sustainable future for all? So we're going to hear today from Melinda St. Louis, Nick Dearden, and Fadel Kaboub. And I'm going to pass first to Fadel. So Fadel is an associate professor of economics at Denison University, president of the Global Institute for Sustainable Prosperity, and a global advisor, a policy advisor to African climate justice organization, PowerShift Africa. His recent work focuses on just transition, climate finance, and transforming global trade, finance, and investment architecture. He's co-author of Just Transition, Climate, Energy, and Development Vision for Africa, and is currently based in Nairobi, Kenya. Thank you, Fadel. I'll pass you over to talk about how you can't decarbonize a system that hasn't yet been decolonized.
Thank you. Thank you again for hosting this wonderful day of deep dive conversations. It's been really rewarding for me just to sit in the audience there and listen to all of us engage in this important conversation. I'll start with we wanted hope, right? I'm not going to start with hope yet. I'm going to start with the issues, with the problems, then we'll end with hope. And most of you heard me speak on the previous panel, so you have a little bit of that background. The Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., in the context of the civil rights movement in the US, once said, and I'm paraphrasing, "I have no time for the tranquilizing drugs of gradualism, incrementalism, false solutions and dangerous distractions." And I think these are important words for us. And he was a radical, not just in the political sense of the term, radical in the literal sense of the term, meaning we need to go to the roots of the problem. That's what radical means. And because if we're not radicals, we're operating at the surface. And operating at the surface, that's superficial solutions, that's the status quo. So we need to identify the roots of the problem. And in the context of the global South, the roots of the external debt problem. And why I start with external debt, because external debt is what eats into the fiscal policy space that doesn't allow us to invest in anything, health, education, all of that. So when you dig into the roots of external debt, you find that there are three major structural issues that must be addressed if we're going to move forward with a just transition and et cetera. So number one, energy deficits. Number two, food deficits. And number three, manufacturing deficits or value added deficits. I'll explain each briefly. And again, you'll see that these have colonial and post-colonial roots that go with them. When I say energy deficits, I include our biggest oil exporter in Africa, Nigeria. Nigeria today imports 100% of its gasoline that's actually illegal to sell in Europe, not by accident, by design. Angola, the second largest exporter of oil, imports 80% of its fuel from international markets. Mexico imports 50% of its oil from the United States. This is of its fuel from the United States. This is by design. When it comes to food deficits, Africa today imports 85% of its food, when less than 100 years ago, we used to be the breadbasket for colonial powers, not by accident, by design. What is the design? It's the rules of international trade, it's agricultural subsidies. As soon as the African continent started to gain independence in 1955, the Treaty of Rome meeting, the Europeans met and said, we have a food problem. We're too dependent on the colonies, and they're becoming independent. So we need a common agricultural policy. In 1962, you have the European Union foundational block, which is the common agricultural policy, which is in place to this day. It wasn't just Europe, of course, it was the US, Canada, Australia, the former Soviet Union, which is why Russia and the Ukraine dominate the grain industry to this day. And that forced the global South, Africa in particular, to give up producing wheat and corn and barley and the core crops that we need for our actual food security, and to play a new role in the global economy, in the food system, which is a complementary role to the agricultural industry in the global north, which is producing all the cash crops. And once you start producing cash crops, you have to produce for the taste of your consumers in the global north. So you start using non-native seeds that are not acclimated to your environment, which means you have to pump them with water that you don't always have, which means you have to import fertilizers and pesticides that you don't have. And you do that for 30, 40 years, and you just killed the fertility of your soil. And now you have to double down on more potent seeds, more potent fertilizers and pesticides, and you're stuck in a debt trap, essentially. You have no food security. And number three, the manufacturing deficits. And this is where the only kind of manufacturing that we were allowed to have in the global south is the kind where you have to import the machines, you have to import the fuel to power the factories, you have to import the components to assemble with low-cost labor, and we even have to import the packaging. So you end up with a manufacturing base that exports low value-added content and imports high value-added content. That is a trap. So you can double, triple, quadruple your exports. You're always locked at the bottom of the value chain. So take these three fundamental structural deficits, food, energy, and manufacturing, and you have a trade deficit year after year, decade after decade. And as you know, any country with a trade deficit, its currency becomes weaker relative to the dollar. And with the weaker currency, with the weaker exchange rate, anything I need to buy the next morning, food, fuel, medicine, you import it at a higher cost. So we literally import inflation in the most sensitive areas, which means you have the risk of social unrest if you don't do anything about it. So that puts our governments immediately into a defensive position, trying to find a band-aid solution to this imported inflation in food and fuel and medical supplies. And what do? We subsidize food, we subsidize fuel, which is unsustainable to do that for 70, 80 years. And we ask our central bankers to do their best to defend the exchange rate, to strengthen the exchange rate. How do? They borrow more dollars and accelerate the debt trap. And once you have debt and you have debt commitments, payments due every quarter, every month, you completely rewire your economy to prioritize anything that will allow you to earn those dollars. So more extractive, faster acceleration of the same colonial traps we talked about earlier. That's the problem. These are the roots of the problem. The solutions are right there, staring at us in the face, and we have a wonderful opportunity, which is the following. The solution to the food deficits is strategic investments in food sovereignty and agroecology. The solution to the energy deficits, strategic investments in renewable energy sovereignty, which is Africa's biggest potential, according to the latest report from the International Energy Agency. This is unbelievable. The latest report, they're saying by 2040, it's like the day after tomorrow, by 2040, with existing renewables technology, not new inventions and innovation, Africa can produce 1,000 times its energy needs. 1,000 times. Not just for its own energy needs, but for the rest of the world, for Europe in particular. Now, why are we not cooperating to give Africa that potential instead of building pipelines for LNG and all that nonsense? I mean, this energy potential will make OPEC look like child's play in the energy system. And that is a threat, unfortunately, for some countries. Say, oh, you have all this potential. No, 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 we don't want that. We want to keep extracting, right? And then the third strategic solution to this, to the fact that we've been locked at the bottom of the value chain, is strategic investments in actual industrial policies, not just assembly line manufacturing, that prioritize the use of the actual resources that we have in the global south, the strategic minerals that everybody's talking about, not to produce more widgets for growth, for consumerism, for its own sake, but to produce the building blocks of sustainability, the building blocks of the actual decarbonization, the renewable energy infrastructure, prioritizing the needs of the African continent. The 650 million people have no electricity today. But instead, Africa today only attracts 2% of the global flows, that financial flows that go into renewables. Most of that investment is extractive, is to export clean electricity or green hydrogen to the global north. So we're not tapping into that potential. Prioritizing manufacturing renewable energy infrastructure to reach that potential. Manufacturing clean transportation infrastructure, clean cooking infrastructure for the almost billion people inhaling toxic fumes on a daily basis. That's only 1 billion, that's only in Africa, by the way. The rest of the global south, that number is 3 billion people inhaling toxic fumes every day because of lack of clean cooking infrastructure. This is not rocket science. We know how to build clean cooking infrastructure. Why are we denying the right to health? I mean, this is a health issue, development issue, gender issue, child abuse issue. This is everything is in clean cooking. And that's a massive industrial policy potential for the global south. So we have the solutions. The good news about these three solutions that I outlined is that not only they're decolonization, economic transformation, anti-inflation policies, anti-debt policies, all of that, but they also happen to be climate solutions. This is what the world wants, right? If we're serious about decarbonization, if we're serious about climate action. And yet the reality is, I'll give you a quick summary of climate finance. And this is something you want to tweet to your favorite climate negotiator before they go to COP. If you divide the world into global north and global south, and I'll end with this statistic, with this climate financing, and you track all financial flows, exports, imports, interest payments, debt relief, illicit financial flows, remittances from workers, everything, all financial flows included, the net amount, the last data point we have, is $2 trillion with a T, $2 trillion moving from the global south to the global north. That is the neo-colonial extraction of wealth that continues to accelerate. That number 20 years ago was 500 billion. We thought it was outrageous. Now it's 2 trillion. So if we don't do anything about the global economic architecture that creates that suction mechanism, I guarantee you that number will be 5 trillion, 10 trillion in the next few years. What is this global economic architecture that produces this extraction of wealth from the global south? It's a colonial economic architecture. When I say economic architecture, it's the financial architecture, that's the World Bank and the IMF, both created during colonial times for colonial purposes. It's the international trade and investment architecture, that is the WTO, the rules of extraction from the global south that the previous panel was talking about. And it's the international taxation architecture, which for a long time was in the hands of the OECD countries. And finally, last November, we managed to get them into a UN tax convention. So now moving forward, hopefully, we're in the process of decolonizing the international tax system. So without changing that trade, investment, financial, and taxation architecture, we will continue to see that extraction of wealth. When $2 trillion are moving in the wrong direction, how much money is moving in the right direction? Climate finance, right? $100 billion promised more than 15 years ago. Apparently it was delivered, but when we checked the numbers, most of it was loans, non-concessional loans, by the way. There is the Green Climate Fund. Sounds great. One country, one vote. There's money in it. How much money? Last time I checked, $12 billion for the entire global south. The Loss and Damage Fund from last COP, $700 million in it, with an M, not a B, not a T. And then look at the annual profits of the top 4, top 5 oil companies. You will not find a single climate fund that can come close to the annual profits of one of those fossil fuel companies. That's the summary of climate finance. So at this pace, we're not decolonizing anything. We're not decarbonizing anything. We're just doing what Martin Luther King Jr. said, tranquilizing drugs of gradualism, incrementalism, false solutions, and dangerous distractions. So I don't know if that's a hopeful note or not, but at least this is where we are. Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much, Fadel. And thank you for ending on that really powerful statistic. It's the one that I always roll out when you have to have those conversations with people who are like, what are you talking about? Colonialism's over. You're like, no, it's not. I'm going to pass over to Melinda now. Melinda is director of the Global Trade Watch program at US advocacy organization Public Citizen, where she provides technical expertise on trade issues and builds coalitions for progressive alternatives to corporate globalization. She's previously worked as executive director of Witness for Peace and policy director at debt justice organization Jubilee USA. I'm going to pass over to Melinda now to tell us a bit about how, in the US perspective, we're seeing a paradigm shift in the kind of global trade system, how that came about and what we do about it. Over to you.
Thanks. Well, and thank you, Fadel, for those really powerful and important words and grounding words, I think, for all of us as we leave this place and think about what we need to be doing in the future. I think it's clear that we have these enormous challenges. We have to transform this economic system, and that the energy transition is really full of peril to continue the power imbalances that and continue cycles of exploitation and plunder, as we've talked about today. And I think while we know this, I think because we are at this like inflection point, we have tremendous opportunities to build from the successes of the past, and to take advantage of, kind of this global paradigm shift if we can really begin to build solidarity with the global South and take our lead in many ways from the expertise that we're seeing from the global South. But I'd like to start with, some reflection, I think, in terms of kind of the hopeful message, because I think it's real, of our collective power as a progressive trade movement, which is one of the pillars, of the global financial architecture that you mentioned. Because I think we can and we should claim some credit for some really fairly remarkable shifts in conventional thinking on trade policy and the so-called Washington consensus that was being pushed for decades from my city, Washington D.C. I mean, if you had told me 9 years ago or so when we were fighting the Trans-Pacific Partnership, the TPP or the TTIP, that during the Obama years that the U.S. government, Obama was our progressive president, and we were still pushing the same, the same extreme investor rights, ISDS that we were talking about. We were pushing the intellectual property provisions and free trade agreements and so forth. But so if you had told me then that now the U.S. would no longer be seeking ISDS and trade agreements, or that we would not be seeking IP provisions, intellectual property provisions, or that independent Mexican unions would be able to use an enforcement mechanism that was in a trade agreement that was negotiated that actually was working to protect independent unions in Mexico, I wouldn't have dared to believe that. That was not on the table, because since the 1980s, no matter who was in the White House in the US, Republicans or Democrats, it was the same model. It was the Washington consensus of corporate dominated trade. And similarly, if you had told me that Joe Biden, who was around during all that time and had pushed those things, would have now presided over major climate legislation that passed in the United States when we've had climate deniers for years, still sitting in Congress, and that the U.S. would be embracing green industrial policy, like actually doing industrial policy and investing that I wouldn't have believed that either. We were, the Washington Consensus did not. So that is happening now, and I think in many ways, it was the excesses and failures of the model that created the immense political backlash from populists on the left and the right in the US, that they were able to, and the right was able to exploit that. President Donald Trump was talking to those in the Midwest in the US who had lost their jobs because of corporate trade deals, but was saying that it was, Mexicans were stealing your jobs, and they had a xenophobic message. And so I think the discontent that people were feeling, and I think we've seen that in Europe too, right? That the right wing is able to exploit that. But on the other hand, our movement, our broad coalition of labor, environmental, consumer, family farm, faith, community organizations that had been raising concerns about these problematic rules for years, we were able to play an important role in shifting the political context that now Joe Biden is looking at the political, panorama and saying, okay, I'm not going to pursue traditional free trade agreements. And that's a huge shift. I think, all of us, we managed to stop some of the biggest attempts to expand the corporate model through the World Trade Organization Doha round, the free trade area of the Americas with our colleagues in Latin America in the early 2000s. We derailed that, and the Trans-Pacific Partnership that I mentioned that the U.S. had been negotiating and that the UK recently joined, oddly enough. Even though you're not in the Pacific. So we were talking about that as well. But that could not receive majority support in Congress because of the extreme corporate rules. And that is the reality. And after many defeats on efforts to try to have climate legislation in the US, we managed in 2022 to convince even the coal baron Joe Manchin, who is a West Virginia senator who was blocking every attempt to try to pass climate legislation. In fact, I'm from his state, so I have to say that we kayaked to his yacht to where he lives when he's in Washington D.C. to yell at him about this. And actually it went viral. It was pretty fun. That he voted for very imperfect, but very significant and historic climate legislation in the U.S., the Inflation Reduction Act, that is a shift, in the Washington Consensus in pushing for green industrial policy. So the political reality is different, and so now, as I mentioned, they're not seeking traditional free trade agreements, and the business community is just livid. It's a fragile thing. I mean, they're livid, and they are fighting tooth and nail. And there's and another big win I would just mention, because it's also kind of delicious, I think, for our movement, is that big tech companies, they're the new oil companies in a lot of ways in terms of their power, and they have been hopping mad because they had been pushing digital trade provisions in trade agreements that to make it so that governments couldn't regulate them. And particularly rules around cross-border data flows, which would mean that prohibit governments from regulating for privacy, making sure that you can protect privacy, which is and rules that would prohibit governments from being able to see the source code in their algorithms, which, to look for discrimination or look for anti-competitive behavior, and with huge implications for artificial intelligence and all the things that we've been concerned about. And they successfully inserted those into trade agreements. But we managed with civil rights organizations, consumer rights organizations, and regulators themselves to raise awareness about this. recently the United States withdrew, even though the US had pushed this on behalf of big tech companies, had withdrew their support for some of these extreme positions in the World Trade Organization discussions and in free trade agreements. And I mean, the backlash from the Chamber of Commerce has been unbelievable. They are so unused to not writing the rules, that if and so they are, we consider it to be laughable. They've actually said that organizations like Public Citizen have privileged access to trade negotiators when they have been cleared advisors and have seen the text for decades, and we never are always locked out. So it's pretty funny. So these are some examples, I think, that we have managed to shift in the trade space, and but there remains enormous pressure. And as I said, corporations still dominate, our policy making. They want to return to the status quo. There is a huge battle even within the Biden administration and Congress. And, and now that we've managed to make the US begin to take the green transition seriously, there are huge questions about whether this transition will be just, as Fadel mentioned, and important questions about how we change our lifestyles are not on the table. This is very much corporate subsidized green transition that is being put out there, and the very thorny issues that have been raised around how we procure critical minerals. The EU and Japan were furious that they were not included in the tax credits in the Inflation Reduction Act, and so they now are rushing to conclude agreements and the UK as well, to have critical minerals agreements so that the EVs coming from and the batteries coming from Europe and Japan would qualify for the tax credits. And because of the rush there, this has meant they've had the template that they have has zero labor and environmental standards, and one of the most dangerous and dirty, industries out there, the mining industry. We also know, as we're taking the energy transition seriously, now the US is looking at its own carbon border tax, like the CBAM in Europe and in the UK. And the same justice concerns, I think, are really centered in those discussions. So I think we have a lot to build from, and this is, I think this is an inflection moment. I think it could go in different directions, depending on how, who we take the lead from. I think our priorities are, we need to solidify the wins that we've made because they are fragile. They're very fragile in terms of keeping the corporate rules out of any trade agreements. We need to expand. We need to remove ISDS, as we've talked about in the last session, from existing agreements. And we need to, and again, I think try to ensure that in this rush to have the green transition, which is urgent, and we have to do it, how we elevate, the voices and the expertise from the global South and vulnerable communities into those conversations, making sure that we don't contribute once again to this extractivist model, which is beginning, and we need to, roll that back, and so that we can actually, build, as we have this an important, necessary energy transition, we, keep justice at the center of it. So I'm happy to answer any questions.
Brilliant. Thank you so much, Melinda. And really nice to have a little tour of recent successes as well, to give us confidence when we're talking about these solutions, that we know that these things can win and have done in the past. So that's great. Last but not least, I think many of you will be familiar with Nick Dearden. Nick's the director of Global Justice Now and a long-time campaigner against corporate power, with organizations ranging from Amnesty International to Globalized Resistance. He was a leading opponent of both the US-EU trade deal, TTIP, and subsequently the failed US-UK trade deal. And he's the author of Pharmanomics: How Big Pharma Destroys Global Health. Nick, over to you to talk about the massive distrust at the moment between the global north and the global south, and how the green transition risks intensifying that.
Okay, thanks. I might stand up actually. if you don't mind, because I've had a busy 3 days. So I need to keep myself awake and hopefully keep you awake too. So look, I try not to talk about anything at the moment without expressing the tremendous anger that I feel, and I know many of you feel too, about the genocide we are watching in Gaza. Heinous war crime after war crime, perpetrated by a very rich government against a very poor, I should say impoverished country, with arms and political backing of pretty much all of the richest governments in the world, including, of course, our own. You know, you wonder how much more horror you can take, really. The kind of scenes that we see day after day, 50 to 100 people killed every day, some of them in the most horrific circumstances imaginable, the demolition of whole towns, the abduction and imprisoning of hundreds of people, the destruction of health systems and education systems. And on top of all that, it's being live streamed. Surely the first genocide in history to be live streamed. And yet our government, even our opposition, gives complete political cover for this. Our political class behaves as if this is completely normal behavior, rarely raising anything more than a murmur of objection. But as well as thinking through what we can do, and we are, I know many of you are, to bring this horror to an end, I think it's also important to think through the connections between this situation and what we're talking about at this conference. And at the beginning, Ulrich Brand made the link with the resource that much of the Middle East sits upon, the basis of our energy system, oil. And what, given the imperialist relations govern the global economy, what a curse that resource has been for so many of the people who live in the Middle East. But I think even more generally, it reflects the colonial structure of our global economy, which in turn has bred and depends upon a mentality that other lives are disposable, other lives are without value. And I think, and Ulrich's at the back, so maybe I'm bastardizing his idea, but for me, that seems like a key component of the imperial mode of living, that other human beings are disposable. Just as slavery could only operate by convincing a large part of the population that those enslaved were not quite human, so today the neo-colonial economy, reinforced with the same heavy dose of racism, shields us from the real and relatable lives of the majority of people on the planet. And so I think breaking down this dehumanization, telling the truth about the reality of the global economic system, is the first step to undermining it. And I think that's what we at Global Justice Now have always tried to do. And I also think it's possible. I know sometimes it's easy to feel despair in a moment like this, but really, when I look at the millions and millions of people who've taken to the streets in the last few months over the horrific invasion of Gaza, as well as the thousands of students up and down the UK, but also up and down the United States, where until recently it would not have been thinkable, imaginable, who are camping out in protest against this, I think they show us that we have a generation for which change is genuinely possible. And I think we can see it too in the worldwide protests against vaccine apartheid that most of us took part in, often online, but sometimes offline too, when we were able to during the pandemic, because we were utterly horrified that the richest states on earth hoarded as many vaccines as they could get their hands on, so that while we in this room were enjoying our third shot or fourth shot or fifth shot, many countries hadn't even been able to inoculate their frontline health workers or the most vulnerable in their societies. And to be clear, this wasn't simply a failure to donate vaccines. There was that. But actually, we wouldn't even share for the most part, publicly created know-how that those vaccines depended on so that other people could make their own. There are 100 factories around the world that could have produced mRNA vaccines safely and efficiently, and they weren't allowed to because the profits of the big pharmaceutical industry, their God-given right to extract whatever value they can from life-saving medicines, was considered more important than bringing the pandemic to an end in a rapid and equitable manner. But here too, I see hope in the resistance that we built, and the People's Vaccine movement refused to accept that logic, refuse to see most of the world as filled with disposable people. And in opinion poll after opinion poll we did, in all G7 countries, including the UK, including the US, the vast majority of people agreed with us. No matter how they voted on Brexit, whether they voted Labour, Tory, Liberal, Green, whether they voted Republican or Democrat, there was a majority in every single category for sharing that information. And I think thanks to that movement too, things are beginning to change. It's slow, but the space it has given the South African government and the World Health Organization to begin researching and developing mRNA technology and begin developing their own TB vaccines, as well as COVID vaccines and potentially looking at HIV vaccines, and then share that knowledge with countries across the world patent-free in a brand new way of developing medicines. That's an incredibly important victory that we hope in the years ahead will go on to challenge the monopoly-driven pharmaceutical system. We saw it again in the debt movement that many of you were part of, the immensely powerful Jubilee movement in the 90s and 2000s. And we need to resuscitate that urgently because there is a growing debt crisis. Half of the world's population, 3.3 billion people, live in countries which spend more money servicing their debts every year than they do on healthcare and education. And huge quantities of that debt service is flowing into the pockets of private creditors, of the richest financial corporations on earth, private banks and hedge funds based in the City of London, based on Wall Street. Some of the debt that they're servicing was never even lent by the people collecting those servicing. The debt is simply a financial commodity which they bought on financial markets to speculate with. And again, our countries could do something about it. A simple change to the law in the UK and New York would make a huge difference, but it isn't done because profits for financiers are regarded as more important than disposable lives. We've got to create a movement again which says, no, that's wrong, because as we found out in the 90s and 2000s, it is possible to convince people here in the global north, the majority of people, that it is wrong and we don't want to live like that. And then at this conference, finally, to bring us back to the topic under consideration, at this conference, we've tried to bring that same perspective to climate change, because I think how we manage the green transition, as you've heard, will lay the basis for how our economy looks and develops over the next 20 or 30 years. This is a once in a lifetime chance to truly change things, to truly rewire the economy. And if we do nothing, I think I see two possibilities that may in any case end up in the same place. I mean, either the far right, the climate deniers win, and the climate begins to break down and is accompanied by the most shocking levels of violence, dehumanization, and death, or a slightly more enlightened part of our political class, green capitalists, try to rewrite the global economy, but in a way that completely mirrors the way that the economy works now, except with a different form of energy source at its base. And I think that in itself is not going to be sustainable, because it is a recipe, given that whole thing depends upon a small number of minerals that are finite and are not by and large to be found in this part of the world. It is a recipe for higher levels of inequality, for the sacrifice of those living on top of critical minerals who've done nothing at all to create climate change in most cases, and to those working in the mining industry, for an almighty neo-colonial resource grab and the enclosure of new technologies in the hands of the richest corporations in the richest states on earth. We can't allow that to happen. And that's what we've been talking about for the last 3 days now. And that's the movement that I think we need to create. And when I listen to what Fadel says, I'm really inspired, because it's 50 years on from the passing of the new international economic order at the UN, which of course was undermined very rapidly by the great powers and the debt crisis of the 1980s. But could there be a material reason for a strong alliance of southern countries again to say, and I think we can already see the beginnings of it, to say, no, we simply refuse to cooperate with an economy that robs us of our resources and robs our people of their futures. And I think you can begin to see that already, and nobody's saying it's going to be easy. And the global south is not one homogenous block, as we said earlier, and there is plenty of reaction in the global south, just as there is in the global north. But there are signs out there. I mean, it's very interesting. We've got speakers from Indonesia, speak to people from Bolivia, from Mexico, to some of the countries who are refusing to allow access to their resources on the terms demanded by the great powers. Is that the beginning of something different? And if it is, how do we act in solidarity with it? Well, I think obviously there are many campaigns that we run, there are many campaigns you're involved in, which try to get to the pinch points of the global economy, try to get in the cracks of the system, as Uli described it earlier. Small but important changes, which can hopefully lead to bigger changes and bigger movements in the future. But I think more generally, we need to do something else. We need to show to the majority of ordinary people, of workers and farmers and students in the global north, that workers and farmers in the global south are not our enemy and are not disposable. And when you really begin to recognize this, you realize that you are tied into this imperial mode of living, which we open the day discussing. And I think you come to the conclusion that really it is only right and just to end the age of plunder, to stop the endless extraction, to call a halt to the worship of growth spouted by our politicians. They're obsessed with this idea of growth, which in turn is only the worship of extractivism and the commodification of everything that we care about. And of course, if it's done right, we have so much to gain from this transition too. Ultimately, we can take back our societies, we can take back our economy, and we can take back our world from the rules and laws of the market. We can reclaim those things that make life worth living from the clutches of the profiteers. And we can build a world that human beings, all human beings, deserve, given the resources and the knowledge at our disposal in the 21st century. Thank you.
Thank you, Nick. That was incredibly inspiring and rousing as always. Okay, we've got about half an hour left, so I'm going to pass it over to you guys for any of your questions, comments. We've got a few rosing mics, and yeah, feel free to sort of, you can respond to each other. I think like this morning, we'll have quite a nice long session of comments and questions, and then we'll pass back to the speakers to give for them to be able to respond to your comments, questions, but also wrap up. So yeah, this lady at the front.
Right. There's only one. Oh, you're gonna. Cool.
Yes, of course.
Thank you. On June the 11th, I think it is, all the climate justice coalitions are coming together to talk about what are we going to do after the election, because there'll been a little bit of change, but not very much, and how we're going to push things. So I hope everybody here will want to take part in that. But thinking about the COP later in the year, nothing will come out of it as usual, I'm sure. But if we could all focus on making the main purpose for the NGOs to bring everyone together, coalition of people within the global south with the solidarity of everybody who wants to make a change in the global north, and not worry too much about lobbying the people at the COP who are not going to do anything anyway, but just focus on a really powerful coalition.
Thank you. Who is next? I think this lady in the grey t-shirt. In the middle.
Hi, thank you for the inspirational success. I'm going to start by giving a very and this is in context, a little bit of background about myself. I train SMEs in carbon management, and at the same time I moonlight, courses that I developed myself, and I moonlight as a PhD student coming to an end in looking at leadership competencies in business to address social and environmental issues. And every time I mention degrowth or systems change, I can see the SMEs, the businesses just like what Yurik said this morning, just not interested. Yeah, okay, they want growth for the purpose of growth, for the sake of growth. So I've got two questions. One is, almost all the questions asked today have been separate threads, but upon analyzing, they're all linked, and it's a result of drip feed hate from the media. This is in the UK. I'm talking about UK media, but it is also in the US, etc. So, and how can we together organize ourselves just as organized as those who have been spreading hate and those who love wars? And second question is, do you think there is a sustainable way to counter the power of corporations, including getting the masses to care, so that we can all, because otherwise it's just going to be, we get burned out, whereas the corporations and those who billionaires just wouldn't care. Yeah.
Thank you. Okay. We'll go for gentleman in the flat cap and gentleman in the stripy top on that side.
Yes, yeah. Does the panel think they need to be careful when you? I'm
Could you speak a little bit louder?
Yeah,
Thank you.
concern using the term decolonization, I think, need to be used with sensitivity, because it can mean to some people very nasty things that's taken place in the past, where people have when countries have been actually decolonized, India, Pakistan, tens of thousands of people perish. The biggest mandate of Palestine war. I could go on with maybe a whole go for a whole list of, you can list dozens of countries where decolonization has been tragic, just tragically gone wrong.
Thank you. Next.
Okay, thanks for the inspiration. And I want to pose a question about bottom up versus top down. Okay, so you're in Nottingham. Nottingham was also the home of the Luddites, who have had a very bad press. But their position was that they were treated very badly by the capitalist system that displaced them. And they caused a big fuss from the bottom up. So the army occupation of Nottinghamshire was bigger than that in Iraq recently. So they, from the bottom up, they caused a big fuss, and they were asking serious questions about capitalism, and their goal was what they called commonality. So they didn't want to displace commonality through the imposition of technology. Now I get involved with something called Lucas Plan, New Lucas Plan. So the Lucas workers were working in the military, and they were told they were all going to get the sack. And the Secretary of State said, well, come up with an alternative. And they did. 150 products that use their skills from the arms industry to redirect them towards what they called socially useful production and human-centered technology. So challenging the basis of technology and redirecting it to social ends. Now, we happen to think that's a really good idea. And an example of what can happen, do you know about the GKN workers in Florence? So that have taken over a factory that made bits for Ferraris and Lamborghinis, have got involved with the climate justice movement and involved lots of scientists from all over the world working pro bono, and come up with a design for a new technology for climate justice based solar panels. Now, that is a bottom-up approach, and it seems to me that if we could kind of segue a bottom-up mobilization with the sorts of policy developments you're talking about, then maybe we stand a chance.
Thank you very much. I'll take another pair of questions. This gentleman at the front with the green hat, and gentleman in the brown. Yes, you.
Good, right, thank you, and thank you to everyone who spoke. I don't know what I'm going to say, whether it's going to sound controversial. I hope it does a bit. I think we need to rescue degrowth, and I'm really glad you mentioned it. I think it should be imperative. I've heard 3 times today how people are put off by the term. I hear it all the while. I went to speak to my local MP about 4 years ago when I mentioned degrowth. He said, if you say degrowth to me, I'm not even talking to you. We can talk about other things, but we're not talking about that. I talked to my local mayor who's during a climate assembly and talked about not degrowth, but how do we start to have a conversation about degrowth? I don't want it. Okay, we need to have that conversation because it's not an option. It's not optional whether this system has got a cake which can expand indefinitely. It doesn't. So what happens within economics when a cake can't expand? It gets smaller. It can get smaller in a planned way, in a visionary way, in a way in which brings real advantage to workers, real advantage to drawing the international connection between people in global south countries, workers, peasants, small farmers and producers, and those same people in the global north. To me, it is an imperative, and it comes with the context of what Jason Hickel talks about, which I think is what you referred to in that $2 trillion worth of net flow. It's appropriation of vast amounts of land, vast amounts of energy, vast amounts of natural resources, vast amounts of labor, huge amounts, which is incomprehensible, and which is why impoverishment occurs. Now, that is as a consequence and is absolutely a prerequisite to capitalism. Colonialism followed the transatlantic slave trade, and both means were for the extraction and appropriation of resources. Capitalism continued, and neo-colonialism continued that appropriation. Degrowth offers us a vision. It's a very frightening vision because it's going to say to everyone in the global north, things just aren't just going to infinitely expand, but they're not. You know, the other work that Hickel has shown is that if you exclude China from the equation from 1960 to the current date, there has been no difference in the level of inequality between nations and between people. So the trickle down, which is the only argument the capitalists can use other than it produces us a lot of money, is that we need growth. It doesn't work. So we have to talk degrowth. And I think this movement and this moment today, when we talk from plunder to solidarity, and for our responsibility in the global north and to talk about reparation, has got to be trying to find ways of opening ears, because it should not be frightening for workers. It should reduce the number of hours people have to work. It should open them up to being able to spend time with their families. It should offer so many advantages. But we never get to have that because they don't like the D and the growth.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I'd just like to think about the idea of cobalt mining in the Democratic Republic of Congo, because what that does is that fits the model of the green transition, where it has an adverse effect on the global south. Now, I've been to ESG investor conferences and I've brought up this issue, and I've spoken about Glencore, and they are generally against Glencore. And at the last conference I was at, they were talking about S in ESG, and they were saying that this has been neglected, this hasn't been as important. But one of the speakers said that in the future, this should be more important. So on the basis of that, is there the possibility of an alliance with the ESG investment movement?
Thank you very much. Yeah, I'll take another few questions. Okay, this gentleman in the white t-shirt.
Thank you very much. I'm very happy to be here. I'm from Burundi. I was very happy to listen to the talk about the problem in Africa, especially about food. Yeah, I mean, in Burundi, before colonization, there was traditional food, and after colonization, we started to make coffee, and which it was not for Burundian people, but for which is going here, I mean, here in Europe and everywhere. But the issue was we stopped to cultivate other stuff, other food, in order to produce more. And after, there was an increase of the food we can consume. And also the problem was that coffee was not adaptable with our land. And now, which can be the problem is if there is a poverty and they wanted to produce more food, there is some companies who come and want to produce more by using something chemistry thing, industrial things. And the issue is, how are we going to stop this? Because if people are suffering, are we are poor, or they need the food, how are we going to stop this? This is a main problem. And the second question I have is, who are going to stop? Because I mean, we have a union, European Union, UN, which is powerful and is very big. I mean, but it has a power on poor countries. But rich countries like UK, like Russia, it cannot decide as it can do in Africa, in many countries of Africa, and which make it very, very difficult. And I remember the question they asked the president of Congo when they were asking him to stop cutting trees, and he asked them one question: you are developed the country, and me, I'm trying to develop my country. How am I going to do if I cannot develop my country? And for me, what I see the problem of all things is the lack of love. The lack of love. Even if there is a war in everywhere, it's because there is a lack of love. Some people want to be rich than others, and other thing can contribute. And I think the issue to see how can we build that love in the society, in the humanity being. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Okay, I think we've got time to take a couple more. We'll take this gentleman here. Yeah, let's start with that.
Yeah, it's just a brief point on degrowth. I think one of the compelling summaries in degrowth is the vision of, I'll make sure I get this the right way around, public abundance and private sufficiency. And I think that would resonate in the UK at the moment, with people waiting, seeing the public services hollowed out and destroyed by this dreadful government over the last 14 years. Then I think that would resonate, and perhaps a bit of articulation of what that vision means. But I think that would resonate here. That was all I wanted to contribute.
Thank you. Yeah, really lovely response. I will take this lady here, and then this one in the middle at the back, and then I think we're out of time, I'm afraid.
And thank you very much. Just a quick plug for a couple of things. So there's a Restore Nature March organised by Extinction Rebellion and many, many partners on Saturday, the 22nd of June in London. That's the Restore Nature March. And the other thing is, I think it's Greenpeace who are running a climate voter campaign where you can register your details and they will provide information of the climate policies of all the different parties. Now, I haven't looked at what they've provided so far, but I hope that they're focusing on a just green transition, not just a green transition. And if they're not, could Global Justice help them make sure they are? Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, final question. This gentleman in the middle at the back there. Sorry, Cloudy, making you run.
Good afternoon. First, really, I want to thank you for. And I haven't been to an event in Nottingham that has got a climate change and environmental theme that has such got quality speakers at. You've been absolutely brilliant, and I've learned a lot. But my question is not to praise you and make your head grow. It's related to the mention, really, that's happened twice about the word degrowth. It is a very unpleasant word. It's a very unpleasant word for businesses, politicians, and charities, and anybody that's coming across that word for the first time. And I think language is such an important aspect of communication and making your point, that can we come up with a terminology that won't frighten people? Degrowth, I think, is a very, very interesting subject. But I think you need some marketing experts to to get the right terminology, because I've seen so many organizations that have been destroyed as a result of putting out a message that isn't attracting people. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much for the fantastic set of questions. We've been so lucky to have such an incredible and engaged audience today. So yeah, we're really grateful. I'm going to pass back to our three speakers for about 4 or 5 minutes to wrap up each. So I'll start with Fadil.
Okay, thank you. This has been really rich discussion. Thank you so much. I'll start with the event here in the UK on June the 11th. What a coincidence, because June the 11th, there will be also a press conference of climate civil society organizations in Bonn that will address similar issues. And I can't speak about it publicly, but about that. Degrowth. I'm an academic. To tell you that degrowth term came from colleagues in academia, and academics are not the best indicators of campaign messages. So we have to take that as part of the reality of where we are. Completely agree. We need a better branding, better where are the communications people here. But it takes some work from all of us to figure out a way to explain the concept. It's not about destroying the economy, clearly. It's about living within our means. It's about better quality of life. Degrowth is not meant for the global south. I get this a lot in the global south. What do you mean you want degrowth here? We have nothing. We have no growth. We still need to grow. It's about a different pathway towards a better quality of life. And when you dive into the details, as many of you know, you realize that we're not talking about destroying the economy. We're talking about the much higher quality of life, much more pleasant global economy that we'll operate in, that we'll live in, that we'll get to enjoy. Yes, let's figure out a different term. But for politicians who resist the term, I think I see less of that now than 5 or 6 years ago in general. So we should keep pushing them, even if they say, "Oh, we'll not talk to you." No, you have to talk about this, because this is serious. Because the assumption from a global north perspective, this is the European Green Deal. It's the assumption is that it's growth, right? Which means extraction from the south. And as Jason Hickel and others have shown, the volume of critical minerals available on the planet is just not sufficient for the global north to continue its obsession with consumerism and planned obsolescence. If we do that and decarbonize the global north, there'll be nothing left for the global south to develop or to decarbonize. So that is the implicit assumption. That is the colonial assumption. And we have to call them out and say, look, the numbers don't add up. What are you planning? Right? And if the global south develops in the way that I described earlier, building the building blocks of development and prosperity and sustainability with renewable energy infrastructure, clean cooking infrastructure, transportation infrastructure, there will be nothing left for the global north to continue its obsession with growth and consumerism. And that's where we have to force the conversation in the global north about how do we put forward a coherent, comprehensive framework for a higher quality of life within the ecological limits. And as Kate Raworth and others have said, growth should not be seen as a good thing in the medical field. If you go to your doctor and they said we found some growth, it's like, oh my God, this is so. We should socialize this idea that growth is actually dangerous, right? In the medical field and other areas, if a human being continues to grow, beyond a certain height, we find that this is not sustainable, right? So we have to socialize these things, like the narrative that our colleagues in academia have developed around the term growth and degrowth. We need to socialize this quite a bit. On food, and thank you for speaking about the case of Burundi. I was just 1 minute. I was going to mention, an example, but thank you for mentioning that. I was going to mention one of the most extreme examples in Africa, which is Ethiopia. Ethiopia, the 3 major export categories: Ethiopian Airlines, coffee, and then the third one is cut flowers for Valentine's. A lot of it actually comes to the UK. Ethiopia today has 20 million people who are dependent on food aid, and yet some of the major, export items is flowers. I mean, it's a country blessed with the most fertile soil, with the Nile River. It's insane to have that misallocation of resources, and it's not by accident. It's not unique to Ethiopia or Burundi. It's by design. These are the rules of international trade that have been imposed on the global south, on the African continent. And when we talk about, there's no country that can function without food, without energy. And yet those are the two structural deficiencies that have been imposed on the global south. And we can't talk about a just transition or sustainability or decarbonization if we have these two major gaping holes in the system that we ignore. And I'll say one thing to close, because when I say it's not by accident, by design, the French Ministry of Agriculture is called the Ministry of Agriculture and Food Sovereignty, not the Ministry of Food Security. But every time the global north talks about Africa, they talk about food security, not sovereignty. What does it mean, food security? It's a loaded technical colonial term. It means you secure the nutrition of your people, either by producing it yourself, or by buying it from us, or by borrowing money from us to buy it, or by receiving it as food aid, like Ethiopia. Food aid is the worst thing you can do to your agriculture. That's food security. And every major multilateral process of negotiation that African civil societies are engaged in and trying to push for the concept of food sovereignty and agroecology, and we managed to get the text in the draft of major declarations, and the last minute, under pressure, mostly by the EU breathing down our necks, that text gets changed from food sovereignty to food security, because they know exactly what it means. Thank you.
Yeah, I think thanks again for this extremely rich discussion. It's been really really inspiring for me to see so much engagement and knowledge about these topics and commitment to to moving forward. I guess I would just maybe think about the question about how we organize, because I think that's the main question, right? Coming out of this, because we know, and it's important for us to hear and to be inspired and to dig into the details and know the policy. But we know what our role, what is wrong with the global economy and what needs to happen. I think this conversation about degrowth for me is really eye-opening. There is no conversation in the United States about it. I mean, in Europe, there's at least an MP would say, I don't talk about it. No one even knows what that is. I mean, that is not even civil society. We're not talking about it. And this is something that I want to take. I went to a conference in Brussels a couple of years ago where they were talking about it. And I was like, oh, wow. All right. And this, you guys are definitely ahead of us, because that is the thought of, and I think we need in the US to kind of take some of that, and I will be asking some of you where you get to, in that conversation, because that is absolutely critical. And I think it is the question about, how the right wing is organizing. We need to, maybe take some of the pages out of that playbook too, right? And figure out, and a lot of it is just, I mean, at least in the US, it is just repetition. It doesn't matter if it's true. I mean, if you just repeat, it becomes part of what people believe. And I think that we are not quite as good at that, because we actually care about the policy and the details. And so we do a lot of, a fact sheet for us can be 5 pages long when it should be a paragraph. And I think that's some of the work that we need to do, is figuring out, like, as you said, how to communicate and repetition and, but also telling the human stories, because I think it's the human stories that connect to people. The statistics, often, is not what will move policymakers even, or, or our neighbors. And so I think getting simple messages, having bringing the human story forward. I think those are some of the things we need to be thinking about as we as we build the power that we're going to need, and it really is our responsibility in the global north to be making sure that we are trying to shift these colonial and neo-colonial structures toward justice. So thank you so much.
Okay, so very quickly. So thanks for all of that. I mean, the degrowth thing, fascinating. We need to take this back and think more about it clearly, because there's a real enthusiasm and energy in our movement. The mining, also, we will come back to you. We are thinking a lot about mining and critical minerals at the moment, and so how we do that, we're not sure yet, but it's a big thing that's come out of the last few days, so we will be back to you on that. Look, I'm just going to finish by saying there's an election going on, believe it or not, and I'm not massively enthused by it, if I'm honest, because while they share your view of the government at the moment, it's an election based upon almost no vision whatsoever, as far as I can see. I mean, there's a competition going on around who can grow the economy more. I mean, in terms of the conversation we've been having, it's completely at odds with it. However, having said that, I do think it opens up possibilities and opportunities. I do think that the new government is likely to run into a number of walls quite quickly, because I simply don't think that their vision is in any way adequate for the crises we are facing as a society and as humanity. And I think that gives us movements space. And it's been quite a long time since we've not had a conservative government. So I think people don't quite know what to expect. But for me, I think it will offer space. I think it will give people confidence to push and be radical. So we've got to help. We've got to be part of that. And I completely agree with what you said about bottom-up movements. I mean, almost all big change historically has come from below, has come from the bottom up. So if it's not going to come from the bottom up, it's not going to come from anywhere. So that's our challenge. After the election is over, how do we grow and expand and develop and deepen this movement? Now, in the last 30 seconds, I'm supposed to give you a rousing speech about why you need to join Global Justice Now. But the problem is, I've used all my best lines, so I've not got anything left for you. But what I can say is that is absolutely core to how we believe change happens. We are not a bunch of staff sitting in an office in London. We are our members and local groups and youth activists throughout the country. So if you are not a member of that, join today. If you are not already involved in your local group, including if you're here in Nottingham, your Nottingham group, get involved. If you are on a campus, join your local youth group or start one if one doesn't already exist. And if you've done all of that already, take a poster from over here and display it very prominently in your workplace, your place of education, your place of worship, whatever's appropriate to you. Most importantly, keep going, keep fighting, keep acting, keep speaking, because as long as we keep speaking out, as long as we keep taking action, we're not defeated and there is hope. Thank you.
Thank you, Nick. Very rousing indeed. I just want to say a final thank you, not only to everyone who's on this panel here, but to everyone that's been part of today. It's been an absolutely incredible selection of speakers. A lot of them have come from very far to be part of this and the seminar for the last 2 days. So we're very grateful. And we're incredibly grateful to all of you. As I said, you've been an incredibly engaged and intelligent and participatory audience, and it's been fantastic. So thank you very much. If you do want to join, you can join over here, or you can find out more about the Global Justice Nottingham group over here. Yeah. So for anybody that took part in block printing, if you do want to take your things home, you're very welcome to. Everything else, I'm going to be collaging together into a big banner with lots of nice printed fabric, as well as all the beautiful words that people have contributed, and we will share the results of that in future weeks. Thank you.
Thank you, Daisy.
Okay. Thanks, everyone.
Let's dig more pumpkins for dinner.
Yes, that's.
I'm in Ohio.
Yeah.
You in Ohio?
Well, when I go back to teaching, I'll be in Ohio.
Really?
Yeah, Columbus, Ohio. Yeah, that's where I teach, Denison University.
Thank you so